Join us in an exploration to the transformative potential of artificial intelligence. This is AI Horizons PH 2024, a conference on AI-powered research and innovation. Experts, researchers, and innovators have come together to foster a rich exchange of knowledge and stimulate new AI-driven research initiatives. Witness and discover the cutting-edge AI applications in food, agriculture, livestock, and fisheries. In education and governance. In materials and energy. In health and wellness. Join us and take part in the transformative flagship programs of the University of the Philippines on research and innovation, on active and collaborative partnership, and on digital transformation. Advocate, collaborate, and innovate. This is AI Horizons PH 24, a conference on AI-powered research and innovation.
From reinvigorating agriculture, directing livestock vaccine and drug design, automated agriculture machinery, to path precision technology drones, AI-driven solutions are revolutionizing traditional farming techniques into cutting-edge modern practices. In fisheries and aquaculture, AI has contributed to a more efficient fish stock monitoring and aquaculture automation. Through AI, food systems have become more sustainable and more intelligent, a necessary tool to combat the challenges in environmental conservation and global food security. AI-driven developments are impactful in the agricultural and archipelagic Philippines, and our homegrown experts take the lead in realizing this potential.
How is AI changing the landscape of education? As we continue to mold the 21st century learners, we harness the promise of AI. The COVID-19 pandemic is a testament of how AI-powered platforms helped facilitate remote learning and allowed learners to customize the way they learn. From education to governance, AI is undeniably offering limitless opportunities, from science and research to understanding complex problems like traffic. AI has helped the Philippine government improve public services and decision-making strategies. From e-governance to automation of public services to AI-driven advancements integrated into healthcare. AI is bridging the gap so these sectors can propel forward in maximizing the endless possibilities AI has to offer.
space technology, chemical industries, high-performance computing, science and technology, energy transition. AI possesses the encompassing potential to power up the materials and energy sector of the country. AI-driven solutions are used to optimize both renewable and traditional energy systems all over the world. In the renewable energy space, AI assists in the site selection for solar and wind farms by analyzing geographical and climatic data, ensuring that installations are placed in optimal locations. Government agencies are looking into tapping AI to detect issues in the energy grid, to prevent outages, and ensure smooth operations across power plants in the country. These developments illustrate AI's potential to revolutionize the energy landscape in the Philippines.
If health is wealth, then AI is helping us get richer. From improving clinical care to empowering personal health monitoring, AI-driven solutions are taking part in changing the way we get and stay healthy. AI has found itself into different aspects of health and wellness. From molecular diagnostics and genetics to radiology and orthopedics and even mental wellness, AI is revolutionizing healthcare services in ways we can never imagine. AI's role in the Philippine healthcare system continues to grow, as medical services are pushed to be better and more accessible to the Filipino public.
Our host this morning, Mr. Jose Emmanuel Reverente.
Good day, everyone. I'm Jose Emmanuel Reverente, Advisor for Innovation at the University of the Philippines System. I am thrilled to welcome our conference attendees in the very first AI Horizons PH 2024 in person at the UP BGC campus and online. Our hashtag is AI Horizons PH 2024. Before I continue, we would like to express our warm gratitude to our live audience for attending this conference despite the weather outside, and our online audience for giving us your time. On behalf of the organizing team, maraming salamat po. It's an honor and pleasure to have the opportunity to gather all these brilliant minds in one room to discuss what has been one of the most intriguing, interesting, and important conversations on artificial intelligence, or AI, and its role in our world today. Commencing today's historical conference is a leader committed to driving transformational change at the University of the Philippines. Attorney Angelo A. Jimenez believes that our premier state university must not only excel in academics, but also actively engage with communities to tackle real-world challenges. To formally greet us and begin the event, please give a warm welcome to the President of the University of the Philippines, Attorney Angelo A. Jimenez.
Daghang salamat, Jimbo. Mayong buntag sa atong tanan. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. First of all, I would like to congratulate everyone who's made it physically here today for being typhoon or disaster-proof. This has been quite a challenging day for the rest of those typhoon-affected kababayans of ours, but I realize that you are here to create an even bigger typhoon. And I'd like to thank, I'm talking about AI, I'd like to thank the organizers. I must, of course, do the protocol. It's our Assistant Vice President for Research and Innovation, and for Digital Transformation, Professor Peter C. And of course, our Executive Vice President who is here, who is also OIC for Public Affairs of UP right now, and his team, they are here. And I'd like to acknowledge as well an inspiration. I knew nothing about research and innovation, except perhaps the one thing I did as a lawyer and as a writer of legal journals, articles. But Dr. Gisela Concepcion, ma'am, thank you very much for providing me what I sorely lacked in terms of the science of science and the politics of scientists. Thank you very much. At the University of the Philippines, when I first sat, I tried to pose the big question: what is the future of learning in the digital age? Almost approaching 2 years in office, the question has gotten bigger. I now ask, what is the future of education in general? And bigger in a sense that I am responsible to an institution and running that and helping it fulfill its mandate. The university today no longer has monopoly of learning, of teaching, and even of research, of generating new knowledge. The university is a late medieval concept. It started in Europe, perhaps. They say the University of Bologna. Somebody say it's the University of Marrakesh. It doesn't matter. It just started with the idea of bringing in students to be taught in a classroom setting by an authority figure with no interference from the king. That means they have the right to choose who the teacher is, how the teacher will teach, and pick their students. It's a proto-form of academic freedom, which forms the basis of the modern university today. But let me tell you, almost half a millennia later, a conversation between a professor and a student, as told to me by the professor at the University of the Philippines. These are graduate students. He was complaining that, Mr. President, my students don't read anymore. I said. So he told them, why don't you read before coming to class? The links are there, even the hard copies are there. And one particularly bright student who was a working student and therefore didn't have much time to read, like most of us at the College of Law before in my time. Sir, this is the digital age, and the only thing we need to know these days is where to find the answer to any question at the time when we need to answer it. I was very worried about this exchange because if you look at it deeper, there was a time, and I'm sure that was most in your time still, if you are 50, sorry for that, when you have to conquer knowledge personally, when you are supposed to be, in a very old archaic term, burn the midnight candle to learn. And in the process of higher education, by the time you get your degree, whether it's undergrad, especially if it's a master, especially if it's a PhD, you have become transformed by the hard driving rigor of the strict standards of scholarship. We transform minds. Today, I was a little worried because there is no more personal relationship between the scholar who wants to learn and the knowledge that he wants to learn about. So these are such very profound things. And one of those things driving this particular storm in colleges today, in universities, in educational institutions today, is AI. Early in my term, I think 6 months in my term, we produced our framework for artificial intelligence. And we were the first university in the country to come out with this framework. The idea, of course, was to let it go into the public sphere, let people debate, and let it evolve as a first. Today, this is a follow-up on that session because at the university, we really have decided that we are going to be engaged in a transformative enterprise, particularly in many aspects, in all aspects relevant to us of national, even global life. And I wish to thank everyone from our team who are able to produce this particular activity today. Let me just cite to you a few examples. Our AI principles, there are 10, but let me just focus on several key principles, which is transparency, accountability, safety, and most importantly, meaningful human control. We want to leverage AI. It is not something that we have a choice to adapt to it or not. It is transforming us already today. There are two particular areas that I'd like to, just to give you an example of what we're thinking. Early in my term, we launched the Ventures for International and Transformative Academia. Because I came from the global labor markets before I went to the university. And of course, I did a little private litigation as a lawyer in between. There are 10 million Filipinos, stock estimates of Filipinos, in almost every part of the world today. You can find them not in the usual places that you can imagine, like the United States, Canada, Japan. You can find them in the oil fields of Kazakhstan. You can find them in the Niger Delta, in Nigeria, in Siberia even. But I was thinking, if we can send online education to many of them, we can move masses of people from areas of, from jobs that are high risk into lower risk jobs, because they could qualify later if they get degrees or they get micro-credentials for higher paying jobs. So from jobs that are high risk to jobs that are low risk, from jobs that are low paying to jobs that are high paying. And we did some calculations on scraps of paper, and I said that if we could only target just a percentage of this 10 million, we can raise remittance to the Philippines by $3 billion even dollars a year. It's already $38 billion. And that could really, truly contribute to the macroeconomic stability of our country and protect us from what they call external shocks, especially if it's about currency and reserve shocks. And for what? A program that costs us practically nothing already. The marginal cost approaches zero because we already have the UPOU. And so these are the kinds of Aikido techniques that we are thinking in terms of leveraging our resources, expertise at the university to at least advance national aspiration. The other one we're trying to do is we are strengthening our collaborations with state universities and colleges, because it is very clear in our mandate that we must lead in setting academic standards and introducing innovations, aside from our mandate to become a truly research university, to become a regional and global university, and most importantly, to become a public service university, which is the public service concept, of course, is what we are trying to highlight, at least during my term. For those who didn't know, the motto of UP is no longer honor and excellence only. It's called honor, excellence, service. The longer term is honor and excellence in the service of the nation, and that is what we are trying to do today. The reason we want to, and we are going to leverage AI, of course, when it comes to our SUC collaboration. And let me share to you part of what we were thinking, or I was particularly thinking about it. In 1908, we were established as the National University. The College of Medicine was established in 2006. I don't know, 1906, I think. But then again, the Philippine Normal University was established in 1901. At the time, we were the first truly public school network in the country at that time. That included Los Baños, UP Los Baños. The purpose, of course, was to produce bureaucrats and leaders to man Asia's first democratic republic. Our goal was to produce leaders. And we have. In a very dominant way, we have. Just look at how our country is being led today. I will not elucidate on that. But at any rate, would you like to give me some figures? 13 of the 17 presidents of this country came from UP. 15 of 25 or so Senate presidents. 16 of 26 perhaps. 14 of 26 speakers of the House. 16 of 28 chief justices of the Supreme Court. 44 of 80 national artists. 42 of 44 national scientists. 8 of only 9 social scientists came from this university. That's what I meant. We have produced leaders. Look what we've got. So we wanted to do this because we wanted to democratize the university. This is the strategic intent. We want to create a university of universities. 116 years after we were founded, There are 300 SUCs and LUCs already today, and 2,000 higher educational institutions. Of course, you will see UP being congratulated as topping the bar, topping the board. 270 topped the board and bar exams, licensure exams last year. 19 of them were number one. It's something we are proud of, but it is not something that is important to me, because we are going into the framework that we are just another university, only better. We were not created to be just another university. If you just read the law. So I was thinking that the TDO now is not to provide greater access to UP, but to ensure that our standards that we are setting, and that is the reason why we're not under CHED in terms of setting our own academic standards, is shared by other state universities and colleges, so that they can be in UP without being in the University of the Philippines. So that is the goal today, to spread out and completely embrace the mission of improving standards of education in the country. And that means repositioning and reimagining ourselves still based on the law. Today, the strategic intent really is to become truly a research and graduate schools. And if I had my way, undergrads goes to UP, they will be all PhD track. They said that the number of researchers, scientists in the country today is just 170. The recommendation is, per million, the recommendation is 350. It's not a fair comparison, but Singapore today has 7,000 scientists and researchers per million. There is a reason why we are being left behind. But this is today the mission of the university. And the first day I asked, how many PhDs do we need to get 100%? I was given a number that almost fell me from my own chair, but we are going into that very challenging effort of producing more of you who are here today. This is the mission, but this is sharing something internal to the University of the Philippines right now. And going out today is one of our missions. And I have said this before, after trying to understand what truly this AI is all about. It is no less than a civilizational change. And I keep telling people that we are entering a stargate, maybe perhaps a brave new world, but come to reflect on this. How long do you think the Stone Age lasts? A few million years, right? Let's go to the Bronze Age. Perhaps I'm trying to remember my favorite historian, Arnold Toynbee. Perhaps 10,000 years. And then the Iron Age, 1,000 years. During these ages, your great-great-great-grandfathers and grandmothers you could expect to live the same lives that they had. If you fast forward today, well, there's Moore's law, computing power it doubles every 2 years. That means 100% every year. And no longer, if that is still relevant because of the advances in computing power, particular microchip power, they're going 3.7 nanomillimeters today. My iPhone 14 is still 5 nanomillimeters. Our children will live a different life than the life we are living today. Like we are living a different life from the life of our parents. So every generation now, so we need to conquer this change, because I really think, and I'm looking at our students at the university, about the level of stress that are undergoing. It is a natural stress, because many of the values that work so well in the analog civilization no longer works in the new civilization. And I'm talking about a civilizational shift. We are living today in the cusp of great changes, the likes of it, the full form of which is changing even as we think about it. And so this is how I view this particular activity today. It is not future-proofing the university or the country. it is future creating. If this is the future, we might as well influence it. And so today, we picked several major topics on which we then try to see where we want AI to go initially. It is not limited to this, but just for this particular conference. So it's very heartening to know that we're going to food, agriculture, livestock and fisheries, education and governance, materials and energy, and health and wellness. I'm sorry. The head of our Philippine Genome Center is staring at me, health and wellness. Yeah. Thank you very much. And the group from UP Manila is here. They're one of our top source of research right now. So this is what we would like to look at today. I just hope that you will find this very useful. Not only that, I just hope one thing, and this is one thing I learned, that you will develop networks today that can help push our AI development agenda forward. Because at the very end of the day, this is the intent as well. To put people of similar interest from different backgrounds and create a community, not just of learning, but of practice today. So thank you very much and welcome to our BGC campus. I hope that you find our accommodations quite convenient for your particular purpose. Maayong buntag, daghang salamat.
Thank you for your inspiring words and for giving us a brief overview of the university's AI strategies, President Jimenez. Maraming salamat po. Let's give a warm applause again to President Jimenez. Thank you. Now, to set the stage for our discussions, it is essential to understand the context and significance of this event. Dr. Gisela Concepcion is a professor emeritus at the UP Marine Science Institute. She was the Vice President for Academic Affairs of the UP system from 2011 to 2017. An executive member of the National Innovation Council, an academician at the National Academy of Science and Technology, and a fellow of the World Academy of Sciences. I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Gisela Concepcion, Special Advisor to the President for Research and Innovation, to provide us with the background and rationale behind staging AI Horizons PH 2024. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Gisela Concepcion.
Ladies and gentlemen, with all protocols observed, greetings to our inspiring leader, President Jimenez, a great, profound philosopher. To our special guests and all of you gathered here today, in person and online. Indeed, it is an auspicious occasion to hear out one another on the great powers of AI to transform our lives for the better, as individuals, as communities, and as a nation. We had been forewarned years ago about how a brain the size of this hall can quicken, sharpen, and enlighten us humans through its limitless data processing and computing powers. This is the era of AI. There is no turning back, and there is no better time to embrace AI and harness its powers to do us good than now. What with all the existential problems we face, such as the food and learning poverty of our youth, the highest energy costs to our industries, the massive depletion of our valuable natural materials, the highest cost of healthcare in this part of the world, and still too few models of good governance at the national, regional, and local levels in the country. These are the challenges we chose to address with AI in this first UP-led AI conference. Await the second UP AI conference on yet another set of challenges next year. The ambiance of this meeting is cool, relaxed, upbeat, positive, and optimistic, not too formal. The better to open us up, uninhibit ourselves, to share our mind flares with one another, as several outstanding AIers from academe, government, and industry will do today and tomorrow. There is no mistaking here. We mean serious business. We are into continuing our constructive discussions after the conference. Today, we are calling on all serious stakeholders and interested parties out there to sign up and join our 4 online FDGs on the 4 themes scheduled in November and December. We promised President Gigil a report on implementable on-the-ground action plans as our output. He will use it to lead and champion AI-powered research and innovation in the country. With your cooperation, we can do it. We will deliver. We could call ourselves AI warriors, as our dedicated young AI conference team members call themselves. Thank you, AI warriors. As you walk towards this hall, you were probably surprised to see 2 huge, scary-looking drones. UP has partnered with a Philippine drone company, Path Precision Technologies, to empower the drones with AI for agriculture and environmental management. As you can see, we are for real. So stay with us, stay the course. We are in for exciting times. Let us look far and wide to our AI horizons. AI offers us limitless possibilities freed from the limits of time and space and climate change. As we proved in our conference today, AI is ours for the taking. Engineer Tito Aliga, UP ERDFI Executive Director, are you here now? Says, let artificial intelligence improve our natural human intelligence. Thank you.
Salamat po, Dr. Concepcion. And thank you again to our AI warriors. Maraming salamat sa inyo. We have an exciting lineup of speakers and sessions throughout the day and until tomorrow to help us effectively and strategically integrate AI into our research efforts and innovations. Share what you feel via Zoom reactions. And for our live audience, can we see some thumbs up? Yes? Just wanted to let you know as well that we are approaching 300 participants in our Zoom call. So maraming salamat. Thank you to our Zoom participants for being there. Okay, I can feel from this stage everyone's eager to learn from our plenary sessions. Our conference sessions cut across AI's role in 4 critical sectors in Philippine society. This was mentioned by President Gigil. Agriculture, education and governance, plus education and governance today. And tomorrow, materials and energy and health and wellness. These plenary sessions will highlight different facets on how theory translates into practice and how challenges can be met with creative solutions. Each topic track will begin with a keynote message to be followed by case presentations, and we'll wrap up with a panel discussion and open forum. Let's begin with our first topic track. It is my great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker who will join us via Zoom for this morning's plenary session, which focuses on a critical area of our global landscape: food, agriculture, livestock, and fisheries. As we confront unprecedented challenges in food security, sustainable practices, and climate change, the insights we gain today will be vital in shaping the future of our agricultural systems. Representing Undersecretary for Administration of the Department of Agriculture, Alan Q. Umali, is Dr. Honorio Flameno, Director 4 of the ICT Services, who's joining us via Zoom. Let's give him a warm round of applause, please.
To Attorney Angela Jimenez, UP President, and Dr. Giselle Concepcion, to our distinguished guests, esteemed colleague, fellow advocates of digitalization, good morning. So on behalf of the Undersecretary for Administration, Yusek Umali, please allow me to read the Secretary Francisco Teo Laurer's message, and I quote, I am pleased to join you at this conference on artificial intelligence, powered research and innovation. Our goal today is to foster collaboration among the public sector, academics, industry leaders, and policymakers to showcase advocates in agriculture technologies, particularly artificial application of artificial intelligence. This gathering offers a unique opportunity to exchange knowledge, explore innovative solutions, and build partnerships that will drive progress in our agricultural sector. AI has the potential to revolutionize Philippine agriculture, and I look forward to discussing its impact with you all. The Department of Agriculture is focusing on enhancing the agri-fishery sector through accessible digital technologies and advanced tools. This initiative aligned with the President Marcos Jr. call for data-driven system to optimize agricultural production and market readiness. By integrating these technologies, we aim to empower our farmers and stakeholders with the tools they need to make informed data-driven decisions, manage emergencies efficiently, and improve day-to-day operations. We are exploring innovation in 3 areas. First, we aim to implement enhanced data and monitoring system that can improve real-time insights in various aspects of agricultural operations. This will improve process tracking, results monitoring, and decision-making based on concrete evidence. Second, we are exploring on agricultural digital transformation through clustering. This involves using digital technologies to streamline processes, optimize resource allocation, and foster a more effective and efficient ecosystem. We are likewise leveraging advanced technologies such as digital agronomy, AI, and weather intelligence to innovate crop management practices and enhance overall agricultural efficiencies. AI is transforming agriculture in remarkable way from drones enabling research, precision farming by optimizing crop monitoring and resource management to AI-driven livestock management system that enhance animal health and productivity. In aquaculture and fisheries, AI is improving sustainable practices and capture techniques, ensuring a more efficient and responsible approach to our marine resources. Robotics agricultural machinery is also revolutionizing labor-intensive tasks, increasing efficiency and minimizing human efforts. This advancement demonstrates in the power of AI to elevate productivity, sustainability, and innovation across all sectors of agriculture. The urgency for digital transformation and technology enhancement in agriculture is underscored by looming challenges such as food scarcity, economic fluctuation, and supply chain disruption. To remain competitive in a rapidly evolving landscape of the fourth industrial revolution, we must integrate new technologies across the entire agri-fishery value chains. Providing reliable data and sophisticated tools to decision makers is likewise essential for navigating these challenges and driving sustainable growth. Together, through this session, we are paved the way for a future where technology and agriculture unite to benefit our country. By working hand in hand, we can harness the power of innovation like AI to address the challenges facing the agricultural sector and create a sustainable solution that will ensure food security and economic growth for our country. We look forward for a fruitful discussion and collaboration that will emerge from this conference. Muli, marami pong salamat. Mabuhay po ang AI Horizon PH 2024 at mabuhay ang masaganang bagong Pilipinas. Magandang umaga po.
Thank you, Dr. Flameno. Let's now take a deep dive into our waters and seas with Dr. Laura David. Dr. David is a professor of oceanography at the University of the Philippines. She is a pioneer in ocean remote sensing using cutting-edge technology to study how ocean physics affect marine life. She co-developed the patented automated rapid reef assessment system and fish eye technologies for rapid coral and fish biodiversity assessment with applications in multiple countries. As director of UP Marine Science Institute and a leader in various national and international organizations, Dr. David is committed to advancing climate change adaptation and promoting people-relevant ocean science. We are eager to hear your insights, Dr. David. The stage is yours.
So to the science of marine science is quite huge, but today I will just share what we've done for our fish. So what we have now is Fish Eye. So it's a tool that we developed along with Dr. Prospero Naval. And so why do we study fish? Basically for two reasons, no? Resilience, we need to know what is there for resilience, and we need to know how much is there for food security. Resilience because similar to a farm, for example, if you have a monocrop, say coconut, and then you have a pest like cocolizap. No? So if your farm is only of coconut and you get a cocolizap, the farmers will no longer have a harvest for the year. But if you have a multi-crop, so you have manga, you have coconut, you have malunggay, and so on, even if a pest comes through and targets one of your crops, you will still have a harvest. Similar to investments, for example, we're always told to diversify our investment. Just don't put everything in one, don't put all your eggs in one basket. So it's the same thing with biodiversity. The higher the biodiversity, the higher the resilience of certain environment. So what we need is to be able to identify what species are there and how much of those are there. In addition, we also need to know how big the fish are. This is for food security. Because we want to know is the current place, is it okay to harvest from the current place? So if you know that the fish are in the right size, then it's okay to harvest those species. And then you leave the others alone, right? So we also need to know how big they are. But typically, as you see in the picture on the right, typically how we do this as scientists is we go diving, which is great, but then for a certain amount of coral reef, we can only dive so much. No? So for example, I've been a diver since 1991, but I can only go diving 3 times a day. That's the maximum biological limit for a human to do this. So for 300 meters, that's all I can do per day. And there are only a handful of fish experts in the Philippines, let's say around 30. But I will only stake my life to about 12, a dozen of them. So that means that these scientists will have to be inside the water every single day of the year in order to be able to actually measure the amount of fish in the entire Philippines. No? So this is where AI comes in. So AI was developed as a semi-automated fish census, which not only identifies the type of species there are, counts them automatically, and even tells you the biomass, no? How heavy these fish are. So now you have a tool that even if you don't have the experts around, you'll be able to gather the data. All you need are divers to take this down. So as the fish are swimming, the video's taking it, and then you take that video and the software automatically identifies the fish and even measures the biomass. So what do we know so far? It works. No? So we've done this in a lot of sites all over the Philippines. And the LGUs are very excited to have this tool because otherwise they would have to hire experts to actually measure what they have. With this, they can do it on their own and just submit the data to us, and then we'll have the servers run the data through, and we can give them the analysis in about 2 to 3 weeks' time. Okay. It was also interesting to know, we thought the dozen to 30 fish experts would feel that we're actually taking their jobs from them. But it was actually the other way around. They were very thankful for the development of this technology because now they can spend the time to actually analyze the data instead of just going underwater and collecting the data, right? So now they can just do the analysis, they can do more in-depth analysis and actually give the LGUs or the end users more data on how to manage the area better. But as a business, fish eye is actually a hard sell in the Philippines. The reason is a lot of the procurement process, LGUs are the main target. It's very hard for us as a private company, startup, to actually go bid for the LGUs to be able to get our services. So it's actually hard. In addition, there's this interest in LGUs to hold on to a product. That's why you have, basketball courts and then buildings being built. But for them to hire a service, it's a little off their radar. So we realized that in the Philippine setting, there's also a need to actually make derivative products of the fish eye, which is something they can hold on to, so which we call Fish Lite and Fish Pro, where they have a product, they can go diving, get the data, put the SD card directly into this black box, and get the data themselves. That's what they prefer, even if that's way more expensive than just getting our services, because it's something they can hold on to and say, oh, this is what we bought, right? In the international setting, the service is actually more attractive because they don't want a contraption that will be outdated in a few years. They want a service that they know will be kept being developed as the years go through. So it's an interesting development. And then we realized that LGUs are not the only targets. There were actually a lot of industries that started inquiring on the availability and the appropriateness of fish eye in the respective fields. For example, we were approached by a lot of private companies with oil depots and oil rigs, not just here in the Philippines, but also in the Middle East. Because now there's public clamor for the companies to actually show that their environmental impact is low, that they do not have negative impact on the biodiversity of the area. And it's no longer enough to just hire experts. The public wants proof. And Fish Eye can go online and they can actually have proof of what is there now versus what will be there if the activities keep going. Okay? So that's a great market. The other market is mariculture. So mariculture is a bit different because if you go to the wild, so you have fish that are moving away or around your lens. But in a mariculture area, they're just so dense. So it's quite hard to count them the way we're counting the wild stocks right now. So that's another development that we can go. And it's not just fish culture, it's also invertebrate culture. Okay. And also, finally, capture fisheries. So a lot of fishing companies here in the Philippines have already approached us to ask, can we also do this for the more pelagic, those that are in the open sea? Can you start counting how much fish there are in a certain area so we know where to target? So there's also a philosophical question. Do we do this? Do we actually help the companies harvest more? Or do we tweak the AI so that they harvest in areas where the fish are not giving birth, they're not gravid, No, they've already given birth, so you can harvest them. So there's not just the technology development, but also sort of ethical question on how far do you take the AI in order to help certain industries. And then this is not just it. No? This is the tip of the iceberg. There's so much more that AI can do for the marine environment, especially in the light of the blue economy. So there are things that you can do for other biodiversity, not just fish. There's things we can do for more food, like the seaweed industry. There's things we can do for energy, no? Because there's a lot of question if you start harvesting energy around the marine environment, for example, marine wind or ocean energy, are you going to impact the environment? And you need proof for that. You need to measure it now versus what will happen when you already have this big things that you're going to put in those areas. And then there's blue carbon. No? There's a lot of talk on how much carbon is actually being stored by mangroves, by seagrass, by wetlands. And you need AI to be able to help calculate for that, for the LGUs, before they start marketing. And then there's transportation, right? How do you actually change the route of your shipping cargo or even your air flight when there's a storm that's brewing? No? What are the safer ways to actually go from point to point with less amount of energy being used? And then finally, there's security. So the Philippines has, as an archipelagic country, has to have specific lanes designated for free route of any country. But then how do you police that? How do you make sure they just go from point to point and not start harvesting in between, not start putting other instrumentation in our water so that they can find out more? So you need a way to be able to monitor that. And the Philippine waters are so huge. So AI is definitely the solution. Next slide, please. So basically, this is it. We have the Fish Eye company is not just going to do fish, it's doing smart solutions for all of our seas. I think that's my final slide.
Thank you, Dr. David. We'd like to call on stage President Jimenez, Doc Pros, and Doc Gisela to award a token. Sir Paj, Doc Pros, Doc Peter, and Doc Gisela will just award a plaque of recognition to Dr. David for sharing her knowledge during our conference this morning. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we'll read some of the some comments on that we have. Innovative is the top word. Blue carbon calculation, captivating, insightful, amazing. I love these animated feedback. And now our next case study will be from Mr. Lowell C., President of Precision Path Technologies, Inc. Lowell C. is a visionary leader and pioneer in drone technology solutions across agriculture, surveillance, and more in the Philippines. With a strong background in chemical engineering and decades of leadership experience, he has transformed industries, previously driving L+H automation to success as a major player in industrial automation. Under his dynamic leadership, Mr. C continues to push boundaries, positioning the Philippines as a hub for advanced drone technology innovation. We are excited to hear from you, Mr. Lowell C.
Nice meeting our President Jimenez, our Dr. Cell, Dr. Pros, and the AI team. Precision Path Technology, that's basically our company, and we are basically the first end-to-end drone in the Philippines. So basically today, I'm going to speak about artificial intelligence integration with the drone technology. So we are more of a drone person. So we specialize in drones, and AI is a very valued tool for us. Let's have an overview of the integration of AI in drones. So AI-powered drones offer groundbreaking opportunities. Integration of AI drones advances our autonomous systems. So nowadays, before we used to fly drones manually, but with the AI, we are now able to fly drones on a preset path, do research and everything using that, Drones have evolved into intelligent self-operating devices. So unlike before, it's just a flying, taking pictures, but now it has intelligence. Intelligence, it does autonomous flying, data gathering, and all of those things. AI enhances functionality and effectiveness, improving safety standards. Our drones nowadays have collision avoidance, path following, and even data gathering, in the sense that we have already we are now using right now towards the data gathering of high value pictures and everything, using already CPUs before, but now we're heading towards the GPU for our computer systems. It also helps us in developing aerial pictures, data. Before we used to rely on the satellites, but nowadays we are now using our drones for having a closer picture of, example, a rice mill or rice field or anything like that, allowing us to monitor plant diseases, plant yields, and many more. The challenges we have right now is, number one, is regulation. We operate under the CAAP rule, which is the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines. The CAAP requires us to have a drone license, meaning to say you have to study, enter a drone school, which Philippine PAT, by the way, has. We build drones in the Philippines. We have our own drone schools. We have our own drone simulators, so we train our people using simulators. After that, then we allow them to go flying. When they go flying, we start with a toy drone, the one with the lights that you can buy anywhere, and then for medium drones, enterprise drones, and agricultural drones. The reason behind that is because each drone has its own functions, and controllers are different. The memories and everything, the functions, everything are all different. So if you want to do LiDAR, then you have to use an enterprise drone to do mapping and surveying. If you want to use Corona to see the sparks in the transmission line, then we use different instruments, and different drones have different capabilities of attachments that you use. Safety and collisions. So drones nowadays are different. It's not like a typical drone that you have, that you only fly and once in a while to crash, in the wall and fall down. Drone nowadays have collision avoidance. We have terrain following. So when the drones go up to a mountain and the mountain goes up, the drone also automatically goes up. So these are the functions. As you can see, it's now different. It's not the same drones that we had before. Outside, we have two kinds of drones, an enterprise drones, which can be equipped with cameras, LiDARs, Corona, infrared, night vision, anything. So you can see the extensive market that we can go to the MMDA to monitor traffic. We can go to the windmill to see the cracks on the blades. We can do the solar farms and all of that. Battery life is always an issue for drones. There's a short-term solution and a long-term solution for battery life. The reason why battery life is a problem for drones is because a larger battery is required for a longer flight, but a larger battery will also require a bigger drone. So you can see some drones have two batteries, like the one we have outside. We have two batteries on our drones. It could operate around 40 minutes, but depending on the load. Our average agricultural drones ranges from 30 kilos to 50 kilos load. So 50 kilos is basically a sack of rice. So you can imagine that drone outside there could carry 50 kilos of pesticides or fertilizers. Data processing is also another problem. Drones have a small memory. It's like a cell phone. We have only 152 512 memories, or we have 1 terabyte memories. So that's a problem for us. But again, we can get real-time data. If we want to expand further, then we have to go to cloud. We use cloud in our database. Autonomous operation, that is a function that we are very proud of having. So it means to say we can preset a path for when we do a spraying for a rice field. A hectare of rice would only take us 6 to 8 minutes to spray, compared to the regular farmer that requires 3 days of spraying or spreading the fertilizers. Our drone can only do it for 6 to 8 minutes. So that is why it's very important, the battery life. But again, if we have long inspections, like example, we're going to inspect 100 kilometers of transmission line. Then we change our drones to vertical takeoff drones, or what we call the VTOL. The VTOL flies, and more or less measures longer distance and everything. If we also need to fly a more detailed drones, then we use our drones, 4-axis drones, 6-axis drones, to do our inspections. And after 25 kilometers of flying from different towers, we have what we call a switch over. So we can switch over to the next remote control, and it takes over on the next 25 kilometers more. So you can see that drone technology have already expanded to different ways, and it's really high tech already. It's not a regular drone that you just take pictures and see around. Security is a problem also, because we work on, if we use shorter distance, we could use the internet. But if we use for longer distance, then we have to use the GPS. So with that, it's an open, we have to secure our lines, our pictures, our data, and that is also an issue that we have to occur. Okay, so how do we integrate AI? What do we do? What do we need, and to make AI into a software, a solution for our drones? So first, we need to specify the case and requirement. So meaning to say, assuming we look into right now, we have a collaboration going on, and we meet every 2 weeks. It's a collaboration with UP Geodetic, Diliman Geodetic, Computer Science with Dr. Frost, Dr. Ayin, and then with UP Los Baños, which is Dr. Rex, and Dr. Prompt, and Dr. Moises is on the team. And together with OE attended, the one from the Department of Agriculture, head of the computer side, was also attending there. We regularly talk to Sec Kiko, Sec Rogers regarding our collaboration. So our belief is very simple. The university has all the talent, but when it comes to the application, they have a big problem. There's a lot of theses on the board. The theses are very good, but for some reason, the industry doesn't have a hold on the thesis. So what's happened now is you have very good ideas, it's on the shelf. So how did this thing arrive from us? It arrived from us. We used to be a leader in the industrial automation. We built Nestle, we built Procter & Gamble, Miran, power plants, and James Hardie, and many more. We do the controls of the plants, meaning to say we do the cockpit of the airplane. So that's what we do. We use a SCADA system, PLC, HMI, and all the stuff. So we do integration, build OEM, turnkey plants. So after that, we said we're in the retirement age. We better stop and enjoy our life, go on holiday. We fly every other 2 weeks. We fly out of the country. So one of these days, when our batchmate won, and our regular meetings and Duran and all the stuff, I was asked, hey, Lowell, aren't you going to do anything for our agricultural, Is there a possibility of getting 20 pesos per kilo for our rice? So I said, I have to look into that. And the first thing I did was I had a meeting with Sekiko. And during our meeting with Sekiko, He endorsed us to Sec Roger, Sec, Chris, and all those Secs. And after that, we found out what agriculture is doing in terms of our agriculture in the Philippines. We found out that most of the things that's being done is spraying and spreading, what they call spraying and spreading. So basically, they go to the field, they spray pesticides, and they spread fertilizers. So I said, I was wondering, why do you do that, Isn't it the same, you visit the doctor, and when the doctor sees your face, he says, injection yan. He doesn't even know, they have done examination. He doesn't even get your blood pressure. He didn't even do an x-ray, didn't do a blood test. And he says, injection yan. So that's the same thing as spraying and spreading. So I said, you should do it the proper way. And that's what we call the precision agriculture. Okay, so let's define first the cases. So you must define what you want. For our collaboration project, we have 2 projects. The first project is plant yield monitoring. So meaning to say, what we do is we monitor the plant, we do the precision agriculture, and we expect the yields to increase by 25% from what it's doing. So after I do that, we also do what we have, what we call the induced disease. So UP Los Baños gave us a greenhouse, and we are injecting a disease on the plant, on the rice, and we would monitor the disease. So in short, we are more of a hands-on practical company instead of a theoretical company. So we gather data using our drones. For mapping and surveying, we use LiDAR. For inspection of where the water, if it's needed water or dry lands, we use the infrared. We use multispectral, hyperspectral. And after that, with all this data that we gathered, we now work with the specialists like the doctors, the UP Los Baños, and then they come up with a solution. And with the solution, we now do a spraying and spreading and monitoring. How we select our development models. So what we do is we identify the problem, and from there on, we work with AI to identify the sickness. When the drone flies, it can identify if it's color brown. It identifies using what sickness and everything. So this is the method that's done worldwide, not only in the Philippines. For the Philippines, it's going to be a very, very brand new thing. We also do train and validate models. So what we do is we do a trial and error. So we incite this data, then we also put other data and see if it would give us a real valid data. And then the next one is the hardware integration. That is the problem. You now have AI, but the thing is, how do you adapt AI with cameras? How do you adapt AI with LiDARs for doing mapping, surveying, infrared, multispectral? So it's really, you really need a collaboration. The university, private sector, the end users, everybody should work together. So next one is onboard processing. That is where the problem is, because now with all the data and everything, your regular computers are not anymore applicable. You could do it, but it will take you ages. So you must need to go to GPUs, which is around 300 times faster than a CPU. So those are the issues that you need to solve prior to having an AI on your drone. The next slide is a very good example, on how we integrate AI into a simple solution. We chose precision agriculture. So the first one is we do a mapping and surveying. UP Los Baños gives us a 10-hectare rice field. So we fly the drone using LiDARs. We now do a mapping and surveying. So after we now know, why do we do that? Because some people say we have a 10-hectare, but in reality it's only around 7. Why? Because some are mountainous, some are not, capable or not good for planting. So after we know the area that we want to do, the next one is we do an infrared. So infrared is we now fly the drones again using our infrared. Then we identify the dry spots, the wet spots, and all this and everything. Next one is we use hyperspectral. So now we can now detect the disease in our plant. We now detect what is the growth, what is going on. Before, people use satellites. The DA uses satellites. But the problem with satellites, and they get their data 2 weeks old. So mean to say, by the time they get the data, it's a 2 weeks old data. Nowadays, we use multiple satellites. We use French satellites, all the satellites. I think there are around more than 30 or 40 satellites around the world. And then we use the satellites. Then we can reduce that to around 3 days data. So reducing that to a 3-day data, it's not still enough. Why? Because the pictures that satellites gives us are too small. You know, imagine from the space, and you're now looking at the Philippines. So you can see that's a color change. You can see the brown, yellow, different colors. So it tells you more or less an indication of what is the status of your field. So with that, we fly the drones. It shortens us, it gives us a better idea. I mean to say, when we fly the drones, we see a brown, that's our priority. The next one's a yellow and everything. And from there on, we can evaluate, at the very near, we can evaluate the sickness, the problems, and everything. The next slide is using multispectral. We now monitor the plant yield. How's the growth of the plant? It should be growing this much, but how come it's not? Then we evaluate that, using AI, multispectrals, and everything. The next one is, with that, with all the data, with all the pictures, we now give the data to UP Los Baños, and we work with experts. They know, through research and everything, what's the problem. This is a sickness, you this and do that. And then that's the time we do spraying and spreading. Spraying of pesticides, spreading of fertilizers. In doing that, it's not a trial and error. It's basically a scientific way of doing farming. After that, we monitor and see the effects. It's like a doctor. After you take vitamins and everything, the doctor checks you and how you feel. And that's how we know if we are doing the right thing or not. This one, in doing this, we help in the environment. Why? Most of the rice fields that we have are dying, not because of sickness. It's dying because it's over pesticides. It's too much pesticides, too much fertilizers. In doing this way, we have a control of the environment. We do not kill the soil and everything. We also do a cost savings. Philippines requires around 31, a regular farmer does it around 31 days to do a hectare of rice for a cycle. Thailand does it 4 days. Vietnam does it 2 days. So that alone shows you that we're doing it the old-fashioned way. So it will save us costs in terms of labor and everything. Next one, also climate change. We can now also, with the climate change, we can now also monitor how what we are doing. How does it affect the climate change and everything. So this is a typical cycle of precision agriculture. So as you can see, it's not only AI. It's not only drones, it's not only cameras, you got to have the expertise of all. That's why the collaboration is very, very important. That's how other countries does it. They don't have a team that has of geodetic, the agriculturists. They don't have such thing. They also work with the university. So that is why it's very important that we get a place. The president gives us a place in UP so that we can work together for developing this. Okay, next. Now, advantages of AI. Yeah, next, please. Okay, it's enhance. Basically, it's enhance autonomy. So, in doing that, in doing the enhanced autonomy, basically, everything now is already. Our AI algorithms tells you, guides you on everything. So, the advantage of AI is the data that you put in, is also the data. It will basically, it's like a computer. So it does the thing for you. So if you tell him that, if you see this sickness, it's going to be chances of 80% this one. For the windmill, what we do is when we fly the drones to the windmill and we check the blades. So when it flies around, it takes around 1,000 pictures. It goes around. And then we put it towards AI, and the AI now cuts down the 1,000 pictures, 80% chances of a crack, 20% crack of a crack, and all of that we now sort it out, and a solution is being brought. The next one is improve awareness. With AI, we use machine vision, and everything. So it's aware. When it flies, it's aware if there's an object in front of him. It's aware that he should follow the terrain. It also tells you safety and everything when it flies around. So basically, it gives us improvement awareness. Intelligent navigation, as I said, the AI algorithm identify optional flight paths. So it tells you if you do a flight pattern, when you do a spraying, what happens is it flies. At the end of a certain period of time, it runs out of fertilizers, it runs out of whatever, it goes back. When it goes back, automatically, it starts again from the point it stopped, and it starts again. So it sprays on areas that needed to be sprayed, it needed to be spread. It does a good job, not like, you just spray around. So next one is real-time data. Having AI, meaning to say, cameras, everything, you get real data. So when you fly it now, you don't get it 3 days from now, don't get it 2 days from now. It depends on the storage of your drone. So if you fly the drones and you get the data in it, then you can, when it comes down, you can automatically get the data and evaluate whatever the problem is. If you need a bigger data, then you go to cloud again. Another one is what we now see a lot is the swarm coordination, which is the drone show. Okay, that's a very good example, the drone show. We were supposed to carry a drone show also in the Philippines, because election time's coming. We wanted to bring an election drone also to do the drone show. But so far, our negotiation with them is not successful. By the way, a drone show, one drone costs around $800 to $1,000 per drone. And we were talking of 1,000 drones to have a very nice show. So we need with AI, we need the coordination of the drone show, allowing them to share sensors, allowing them to share information and everything. So next one is, of course, predictive maintenance. We are now able to more or less know when if our drone is going to be okay or not. We're using AI, it detects the function. We can also do algorithms that tells us that we need to do this repairs and everything. It's like a car. After a certain period of time, you need a regular maintenance. Okay, with that, I'll just speak. My last one is speaking about what are the applications of drones. Application that we are doing now is number one is, of course, the biggest market. 80 to 90% of the drones are agriculture. Agriculture meaning to say because that's food. So when you go agriculture, you go coconut, you go rice, you get corn fields and everything, sugar canes. So precision agriculture is what I showed you earlier. That's the number one application. Second one is infrastructure inspection. That's where you do pipelines, solar farm fields, windmill inspection, bridges, buildings. You can also do that. And the next one is search and rescue using infrared, night vision. You can also use drones. So as you can see, now the question is, you wondered why not use a small drone? Why do you use such a big drone? The answer there is very simple. It depends on the payload. If the payload is bigger, then use a bigger drone. The problem of having a bigger drone, then your problem is a bigger battery. Then it goes on and goes on. Now, how come some drones are 6-axis, 6 motors? Some drones are 8-axis. But how come your drone's only 4-axis? Because when the drones came out, they were 8 and 12 axis. But the problem was because of the load. They need more motors, they need more power, more thrust to carry the loads. But nowadays, we're using 4 axis because we have bigger motors. Bigger motors, so it's like flying an airplane with a bigger jet engine, then it's the same thing. So next one is delivery service. We are now on discussion and having that. Delivery service will be a Grab competitor or Angkas or whatever competitor. Ours is we're going to put like a booth in corners in located areas. And then when you order your Jollibee or anything you order, what you do is the drones will now bring it up to that ideal place where it drops it down. And then all you do is just go there and punch in the number and you get your delivery. So there will not be any more motorcycle deliveries. There will not be any more anything about that. Besides environmental monitoring, we also monitor using sensors and everything, the pollutions and everything. We can do that. And of course, security and surveillance, monitoring using drones, AI, following the cars, identify the pictures. In fact, we are now in discussion also doing a smart city. So smart city is basically just cameras and AI, identifying where you go. And the last one, of course, is mining and exploration. So those are the present application in terms of values. Of course, precision agriculture is around 80% to 90% of the market. Okay, so thank you very much for your time. So these are little samples of environmental, using AI to identify the carabaos, the sizes and how many carabaos and everything, deliveries. And also the next slide is also, mining and exploration. Okay, so once again, thank you and thank you for your time. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Lowell C. May we call on President Jimenez, Dr. Concepcion, Dr. Prosnoval, Dr. Peter C. to join us on stage. So we're giving this plaque of appreciation to Mr. Lowell C. for sharing his knowledge during AI Horizon PH 2024 at UP BGC campus on October 24, 2024. Let's give Mr. C a round of applause and thank him again for sharing his insights into how drones can be incorporated with cameras, batteries, and AI technology. I'd like to read some insights or comments from the audience. Applied research, architecture, drone superiority. All right. Conservation as well. Very eye-opening for some. I love this applied research, so it's and I think that's an area of service as well, for University of the Philippines. All right, so we segue now into machinery and AI in its development today. Dr. Elmer Dadios is a multi-awarded scholar and robotics expert whose trailblazing research has earned him over 20 prestigious national and international recognitions, including the 2023 NAST Academician Award. With a PhD in manufacturing engineering from the UK and over 570 published papers, Dr. Dadios is a leading authority in robotics, AI, and intelligent systems. He's currently a distinguished professor at De La Salle University. He continues to drive innovation in smart cities, transportation, and biomedical engineering, shaping the future of science and technology. We look forward to your presentation, Dr. Dadios. The stage is yours.
Okay, so the task that Pros assigned me today is about automation on machines for agriculture. So I called it Transforming Agriculture Machineries with AI and Robotics. So the big question here is that how can AI and robotics help our agricultural industries? So what is the role of AI and robotics in agriculture? As you all know, we in the Philippines have been practicing AI and robotics for more than 3 decades. We started AI and robotics since early 90s, okay? And as technologies evolve, we reach to a 4th industrial revolutions now. But prior to that, it was really the key of the economy of the country to really adapt and absorb these technologies. So in this 4th industrial revolution, the major role of AI and robotics is really highlighted for the growth of the country and the world itself. So because of that, I am preparing a talk about AI and robotics, which is to tools in developing high-value food products. Okay, this is the key to our agriculture, which the problem is to create high-value products out of this agricultural industry. And then the second one is unmanned aerial vehicle in agriculture. A while ago, we see the presentation on drones, and I'm going to show to you real applications. We use drones already for the agriculture. And then, of course, the smart aquaculture. Okay? So, in this, I'm going to show to you how can AI help improve the aquaculture industries. Okay? Okay. So, what I'm going to show to you, because I mentioned we are doing this 3 decades ago, some of the video that I'm going to show to you are the research and product we developed 2 decades ago with my students at De La Salle University. Now, one of the, we're talking of high-value products. So, coconut has lots of product. And one product is the cocoa sugar. And this is very good for export. This is very good for people who have diabetes because it has low glycemic index. So the challenge is how to produce cocoa sugar in a way, in a more efficient way. So let me show to you the process. This is the manual process. It is very crude. You have to cook the cocoa sap or the tuba in Cebuano. By the way, I'm a Cebuano also. So I'm fan of the tuba. We automate this process. So we make a robot arm to do the steering of that. So we automate the process. Anyway, it will take so much time. So let's move on. So this is now the actual product that we developed. It is an integrated system wherein it has a pugon to cook the sugar, the sap, and it has a robot arm to steer the sap. And we have a heating process also because the end part of that is still wet. So we use the energy from the pugon for the heating process. So that's the project we developed, funded by USAID Stride. And we partnered this one with cooperatives in Ragay. And that is very important because there is already a stakeholders. There is already a client. So these are the cooperatives. These are the farmers in Ragay when we donate that product. Okay? So this is a classic example that we can do real high-valued machines for agriculture that the community will benefit. Okay? So that's one. Now, we are trying to address the problem there is it is bulky, it is big, it is designed for 50 liters of cocoa sap, and we try to make it on a small scale. So, what if only one mananggiti, one cocoa sap can use this product? So, we scale down now. So, we develop a new model. Okay? This will be out hopefully in a 6 months' time. So, another value-added material here is that we want to find out if there is a residue other than cocoa sugar. Because as you see in the process, we heat the sugar, the steam will just evaporate. So, what if there's still a high-value product out of that steam? So this is now a closed-loop system wherein the output, the steam will be cooled down, and we will look at if there are presence of maybe alcohol or whatever new substance. Okay? So this is part of our research. Another product that we develop is for our mangoes. Selecting the quality of mango is laborious for a person to look at. And so we develop an automated mango selection system. So can you run that one? So you can see the machine can able to rotate the mango, and we can classify the defects of that mangoes. Okay, we built this one for Pilmic. Okay, so Pilmic is the one commercializing this now. So we can select that this is reject, this is okay. You can see our vision system can do that. So with the accuracy, you can pinpoint, okay, I want 5% accuracy, I want 10%. You can put that one as an options. Okay. Now, we did this one, as I mentioned, 2 decades ago. One of my students has a canning factory in Zamboanga. So the problem is to sort out a tuna. So this is, we can sort out the sizes of the tuna, the classification, whether it is still fresh. So this is the one you can see. That's a robot that water plants indoor based on the pots. So in aquaculture, one of the big problem is giving food to the fish. Okay, the feeds. Okay, that costs a lot. Now, if we can control feeding fishes by means of their needs, meaning according to their hunger, so we can control the amount of feeds. So this is the idea here. Note that if we overfeed that one, it will pollute the water because of so much presence of feeds. Not only that, the cost, maraming wastage. So if we are going to underfeed also, it will deteriorate the growth. You cannot get the optimum growth of the fish. So we want to come up and use artificial intelligence to see to it that during feeding, the fish is hungry. So this is the behavior of the fish when they are hungry. They are unruly. So from that idea, we know now that, okay, the behavior of this animal, of this fish, is hunger, so we can give food. So this is now the behavior when the fish is full. Okay? So you don't need to give food to them. So in that way, we are assured that all the food you put to the water was consumed by the fish and no wastage. Okay? And this is the idea of this fish feeding machine. So we can give analysis statistics, what happened. Now, this is the fish feeding machine. So you can see the fish around below. So they are unruly, so that fish feeding machine will dispose the feeds. Okay? So magbibigay siya ng pagkain sa isda. And then, when time comes that the fish is already full, hindi na niya bibigyan yon. So the idea here is the integration of robotics and AI. You have an AI that will determine the behavior of the fish, and you have now a robot system that will activate feeding of the fish. So there must be really a work in progress between AI and robotics. So can I proceed this one with the drones? We call it unmanned aerial vehicle. This is a classic application of how drone can be used to monitor large farms. As mentioned a while ago, you can select the path of the drone to survey the farm. So we can use this path like parallel path, moving, and so on. From that path, you get video, you get pictures. So you have to analyze that. Now, our partner in Batangas, by the way, we're working this one with large farm in Batangas. We want to we want to study what is the motions, what is the works of their workers. We want to evaluate, are their workers are really doing tilling the farm, and so it can monitor that, okay, the farmers are really tilling the farm, or the farmers are just walking down. That's classic example for the owner to know what is going on in his farm. And it can be connected to his cell phone. And not only that, it can monitor the growth of the farm. Okay, so like this, for example, performance based on that. Okay? So you can see there, those workers are standing, but you have to analyze, are they standing just for working or just standing just for talking? So you can see their motions. You can see their behavior. Are they sitting down, working? So that's a classic thing that AI can do. You can see now the vegetation also. You can see the sample result of leaf segmentation. You can see now the images, okay, the health, okay, the weed. So you can distinguish the plants and the weeds. So in this case, you have now an idea, oy, hindi nagtrabaho yung mga workers ko kasi maraming weeds. Okay? So, oy, kailangan ko nang mag-spray. So one thing I should emphasize here, for AI and robotics, for agricultural applications, our researchers should learn these sensors. Our researchers should learn computer vision, computational intelligence, that's the algorithm, and of course, the Internet of Things. Okay? Because you have to do this in parallel. Now, for some issues and concern, I have here some things to look at for us. Okay? Now, in blue economy, satellite or remote sensing or drones or internet can support aquaculture and blue economy. Also, in space technology, applications agriculture, satellite imagery is very important, and so on. So, this is really, I want to recommend as a general policy. We have to introduce and strengthen the internet connections in our rural and agricultural areas. Why? When we implement, for example, farm to product, farm to table, okay, we want to know what is the status of the productions in the farm. So our farmers should relay to us their status. At the same time, we can give them information, okay, this is the cost, this is the way we can buy. We call it farm to table. But unfortunately, there are no internets in the farm. So we cannot get direct information from our farmers. So this is very important. Production output based on client demands, both foreign and local. Accurate forecasting of crop production based on data-driven through environment, condition, user demand, land preparation, and economic returns. And also, farmers are aware and in a position to demand reasonable prices of their products if they are kept with this information. Number 2, educate and capacitate local farmers in using new technologies. Okay? Dapat matuto ang mga farmers natin how to use this AI. Okay? Kasi unknowingly, ginagamit nila yan pero hindi nila alam. For example, they use smartphone. May AI na doon. Okay? But it is not clear to them how to use it. Okay? So, how to use drones, cell phones, and other sensors to gather information related to the farm activities. This is very important. Introduce the concept of Internet of Things. And agricultural technicians in rural should be well trained also. We have technicians, agricultural technicians, so they must know also this technology so that they can impart that one to our farmers. So there must be a reliable expert to interact with our farmers. Okay? And also the cooperative policies need to be revisited. Based on our regional forums, on NAST's scientific forum, we interviewed the farmers, we interviewed cooperatives, and they have problems. Strategy in giving grants and incentives should be reviewed thoroughly as to effectiveness. There must be a proper audit on this. Encourage them to acquire highly specialized equipment like drones and other high-technology communication systems. So those drones can be can be given to the cooperatives so that it's easier for farmers to access. encourage them to do R&D and connect and collaborate with higher education institutions. Those cooperatives in the farms has the problem. So if we can connect them, our universities can connect them, immediately we can address those problems. So those research can be done. Allow them to access data from Philippine Space Agency for free. We have satellite or whatever, so it's easier for them if that is free. Together with the researchers. This is the major problem because they said about cost of tilling their lands. Okay, we have already, we can use tractors to till the lands, but still they have to pay a lot. They're going to pay 5,000 pesos per hectare to plow the land. Now, you ask people to pay this much, sabi na karabaw na lang gamitin ko. Ayoko na lang gumamit ng traktora. Okay? So, it must be good to address these issues. Maybe Department of Agriculture can make it a profit sharing, for example. Okay? So, okay, you use tractors, so your output will be the one to pay. We share your output. That can be done, I think. And also, the crop insurance should be implemented and taken seriously. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the amazing examples, insights, and policy recommendations, Dr. Dadios. We'd like to call again on stage President Jimenez, Dr. Gisela Concepcion, Dr. Prostoval, and Dr. Peter C. to join us on stage to give this a plaque of appreciation to Dr. Elmer Dadios for sharing his knowledge during AI Horizon PH 2024 at UP BGC campus on October 24, 2024. So inspirational and inspiring with so much energy. Maraming salamat po, and we'd like to read some insights and comments from Mentimeter. Top of mind are indigenous practices, localization. I like the hopeful. Again, applied research makes its way back. Smart farming equipment, etc. Okay. Before we begin our next segment, we will play a short video from Dr. Homer Pantua from the Institute of Biological Sciences in UP Los Baños as he talks about an AI-guided approach to livestock vaccine design and development. Let's watch this together.
Good morning, everyone. Today I'm going to talk about what we have done on animal pathogen genomics and some sort of proposal on machine learning guided approach to vaccine research and to monitor virus evolution. I'm going to give you an overview of our team and our research interest, a little bit on African swine fever, its causative agent and disease, the gaps in research needs, and machine learning applications in ASF research. And to end this talk, I'm going to give you a big picture on how machine learning can be applied in ASF research. BioAssets Corporation is a 100% Filipino-owned pioneering life science company in the Philippines, established by a team of scientists and veterinarians. Our primary goal is to contribute to the advancement of food security and the general welfare of our country. We firmly believe that a sustainable and self-sufficient animal industry and a thriving life science sector is essential for ensuring an adequate and safe food supply. Our goal is to establish a comprehensive and unified approach to address the threat of infectious diseases in the animal industry. Our goal is anchored in three focus areas such as bringing the diagnostics to the point of need for surveillance and rapid response. We are also focused on precision diagnostics, specifically pathogen genomics, to support our precision medicine initiative. So far, we have generated several first whole genome sequence analysis here in our country, from African swine fever virus to avian influenza virus, and to a number of relevant viruses and bacteria that affect the animal industry. Such information are important for diagnostics and vaccine research. Today, we will focus on African swine fever virus. African swine fever is caused by a large, highly complex virus with a large double-stranded DNA genome that encodes for a great number of proteins and polypeptides. The virus has 24 known genotypes, with genotype 2 as the dominant circulating strains worldwide. ASF clinical signs range from weakness, hemorrhages to sudden death. It has devastated the swine industry, a 200 billion peso industry, largest among the animal industry and second to rice. ASF has caused a significant decline in production that also resulted in soaring pork prices. Besides the absence of widely accepted safe and effective vaccines, here are some of the gaps in research needs in the ASF field. We need to have an optimized and harmonized protocols such as for sample collection, sequencing, bioinformatics workflows, and data documentation. We also have to generate whole genome sequences as a basis for further studies, and also perform discovery and evolutionary analysis. Andy Montesilio, a PhD student in our team, established a streamlined and globally accepted protocol and generated the first locally sequenced and assembled ASF virus whole genome, which serves as a baseline for many ASF virus genomics in the future. Not only that, he also generated a small but significant molecular epidemiological data by generating whole genome sequence analysis from ASF outbreaks in several provinces in the Philippines. While we found that the circulating ASF virus strain in the Philippines is still genotype 2, based on the representative samples from different provinces, we have observed evidence of multiple mutations suggesting that the virus is evolving either temporally or geographically. We also use this information for evidence and science-based analysis of the origin of the strains from one outbreak to the other. For example, Bacolod had an outbreak prior to Mindoro, and we know that there is some evidence of trade between the two localities. We show here that the virus from Mindoro outbreak clustered with Bacolod, suggesting that the outbreak in Mindoro may have been caused by a virus from Bacolod. We can clearly show that we can use genomics data to make science-based decision-making and hopefully policy-making. ASF virus genomics still need further studies, and it needs more input in the form of whole genome sequences. We propose that machine learning guided applications can help support vaccine research and also help in making careful analyses of the virus origin and evolution. From a vaccine development-centric point of view, we can use machine learning to generate data that will guide in identifying a vaccine candidate. Briefly, from a pathogenic strain, we can do iterative passaging and a parallel sequencing at different time points. This will allow us to identify genomic changes. We can then perform strain and phenotype validation by in vitro and in vivo testing to analyze growth kinetics, virulence, and attenuation. With massive data input, we can develop a machine learning fitness-based method that can analyze identity changes, site pathogenicity and immunogenicity, as well as mutation trajectory. This data will allow us scientists to rapidly and objectively identify a good vaccine candidate. On the other hand, we can develop machine learning guided approach to determine the origins and analyze the evolution of the ASF virus. From the pangenome baseline, we can use machine learning application to identify strains to the variant level. We can detect recombinant strains and even revertant strains. We can also differentiate the many field strains from a possible vaccine strain circulating in the field. By establishing metrics and algorithm, we can use machine learning guided approach to understand the origins and evolution of virus. This becomes significantly important in the case of the Philippines, where we need to differentiate the field and vaccine strains during and after the vaccine rollout. What I've shown to you is that we are generating information to generate applications that will help us to achieve outcomes such as protection, prevention, mitigation, and productivity. Through machine learning, we can bolster our ability to study the discovery, evolution, and diversity of viruses to anticipate and possibly intervene and prevent viral diseases outbreak. Our understanding of the ASF virus is just getting deeper. However, we are not artificial intelligence experts. I hope that this venue will open collaborations that will help us pursue and develop machine learning applications against infectious diseases in the animal industry. With that, I'd like to thank our collaborators, particularly Andrew Montesilio and Russell Santos from the Institute of Biological Sciences in UPLB. I also like to thank our team at BioAssets and our collaborator from Central Mindanao University, and of course our funding agency, the Department of Science and Technology, particularly PICARD. Thank you very much, and I'll be glad to answer questions.
Thank you, Dr. Pantua, for sending that in. Dr. Pantua was supposed to join us this morning, but due to the inclement weather, he was unable to. You may have heard some background wind noise as he was recording that. No? So maraming salamat, Dr. Pantua. So the morning's not yet over, and we've already covered much in the past few hours. That's how much uncharted territory there is to explore in the world of AI. So we have got our work cut out for us, most definitely. Thankfully, we are well supported by those whose expertise are founded in these complex areas. We will now have a panel discussion on AI in food security. So all our speakers from our plenary sessions earlier will join us on our panel here on stage. To moderate the discussion is Dr. Gisela Concepcion. May I also call on stage our speakers, Dr. Laura David, Dr. Elmer Dadios, and Mr. Lowell C.
Thank you, Jimbo. And we're back on stage. And this time it's to get more questions and discussions going on each of the presentations of our AIers in agriculture, livestock, and fisheries. And we can also ask Homer some questions later. He was supposed to be the moderator of this panel discussion, so I am impromptu. Okay? Anyway, let's start off. And I'd like to know from each one of you quickly how the AI-powered technologies that you're developing or have developed will impact on our workforce and the employment of more Filipinos. May we start with Lau? Yes.
Ironically, I think many people think that AI will take over the jobs of other people, and therefore a lot of people will be jobless. I think, ironically, it's actually the other way around, no? Like I said, the fish, for example, for fish eye, we thought that fish experts would actually oppose the development of fish eye, but it turns out that they really love the idea, they love the technology, because now instead of having all them and their students spend so much time just getting the data. Now they have the data from fisheye, and they can just give more time to actually analyzing the data. And they think they'll have more students becoming interested in fish research, and more students going all the way to their PhDs because now they have the data to use.
Okay, thank you. Next is Elmer.
Thank you, Giselle. Okay. The AI definitely will enhance the workforce of the Filipinos. Remember, historically, there is always a disruption of machines like typewriter before. Secretaries are using typewriters. But with the advent of computers, nawala yung typewriter. But the secretaries are still there. In fact, pinapagaan lang niya ang trabaho. So that's the implications of AI. No, it will generate more jobs, more easy jobs for the people.
Yes, and it goes without saying that they would have to level up their training, okay? And we would improve the training and bring it down to the communities, okay? So participatory citizen training. Okay, what about Lowell?
Yeah, I guess I'm different from most of the people here, you know, because I come from the industry and most of the people here come from the academics. Our view is different, and our view, of course, is how to grow business, how to make it affordable, how to do it accessibility, you know. We all know that we have so much talent, we have so much thesis, we have so much ideas, but it all ends up in the bookshelf of the library, and nobody's applying any of it. It's because of one thing, there's no proof of concept. There might be a proof of concept, but the proof of concept is maybe on the backyard. Maybe a proof of concept is maybe in the laboratory. So our approach as a businessman is to make it affordable, to make it accessible, and to make it to grow. So AI for, let's say, our farmers. We can talk about AI, we can talk about cameras, multispectral, and everything. But the problem is, does the farmer know how to use a multispectral? Does the farmer know how to use AI? So the question there is very simple. Where do you start? So on our approach, we're working with DA, and we're forcing that we should start first with drones. When you say drones, do you just give them a drone? No, we don't give them a drone. We teach them how to fly a drone. We teach them how to maintain a drone. And how do we do that? We do that by putting up our own school. Put our own school, do it via Zoom, and do it everything, and have them hands-on on the drones. That's how we do it. Now, of course, you're going to tell me, oh, but the drone school is too expensive. To be trained to be a drone pilot costs you around 35,000 to 60,000. There's a course being offered by Mindanao in Lawag, Mindanao University, or something like that. They tied up with the Indian company, and their curriculum is ranging from 35 to 60,000 for a 5-day course. For me, we give drones training free of charge. So if any of you, any universities would like to have a free training, please work with the collaboration team. And that's our approach. We initially would like to go to the state universities and teach them, bring our drones there, have them fly the drones, so that, because we believe once they fly the drones, then the students in Isabela will now talk to their uncles. Hey, uncle, which owns a plot land, their classmates, who's their neighbor, has a farmland, and they could do a trial. So in short, it's very hard to teach the farmer. We have a saying, mahirap turuan ng karabaw. Diba? So it's too old already. So we need to rely on the new generation. And the only way to do that is to teach the new generation and to make it affordable. If we're going to buy imported drones, of course, like DJI, it's accessible in the market, but it's very too expensive. Agricultural drone like ours over there would cost you nearly 2 million pesos for one drone. Whereas we're just giving it on the collaboration, it's just free of charge. Because I believe at the end of the day, if we can lower the rice to not 20 pesos, a little bit higher than 20 pesos, but I think it will be okay. And the first goal is to increase yield by 25%. And that is, we're now doing the proof of concept for that. So our approach is different. Our approach is hands-on, go on the field, do it. Whatever it takes to do it, we have to do it. If we need a drone, we need the cameras, we need collaboration, we need everything. That's the way to do it. So we have so much talents. Universities there, La Salle is making their AI, Mindanao is making their AI, everybody's making their AI. But at the end of the day, there's no proof of concept. Meaning to say, industrial proof of concept, not laboratory, not backyard. Diba? So once you do that, a lot of investors would come in, and Philippines would grow. That's our approach.
I think we're aligned in that thinking, Lowell. In the university, at least in UP, we want to promote Pros and I to get the experimentalists in the laboratory, in the clinics, in the field, in industry sites, to work with AI and data scientists, gather the good data, do the good design of experiments, and get the AI to compile the data and then analyze the data and feed it into our AI algorithms and instruments. Anyway, so this time I'm going to ask a question, starting with Elmer, and then Lowell, and then Laura. Okay? So Elmer, I want to ask you about the three kinds of high-value products that you talked about. This is the coconut sap, then the mango, and then, of course, your aquaculture. So because you may have industry takers at this time, do you already have the cost to benefit ROI computations for each of this? Are they feasible? Are they viable? Yes, and then with a little explanation. Yes.
Okay. Yes, actually, the point that Mr. Shi mentioned is proof of concept is very important. Before the people or industry agree on your product, it must be shown that it's really working. So that's what we did for our cocoa sugar industry. So we showed to them that this one is really doable, this one is really economical. And so to do that, you must have strategies. So it's not individual in nature. So we approach the cooperative. That is very important because when you do this research projects, it is important that you have already the end user. That is the thing that you have to prove that this end user will use it, and that thing will propagate. So the challenge now is they said we cannot produce tuba in this quantity because we lack cocoa sugar gatherer, cocoa sap gatherer. So that's the trouble now. How are we going to entice our farmers to become a cocoa sap gatherer? So that's another problem that we encountered. So we need another strategy. So we should develop a machine that is good only for, say, 3 liters or 4 liters. It can develop now cocoa sugar with that quantity, not 50 liters. So that's another model that we are going to.
Thank you, Elmer. In that regard, I think UP and DLS are aligned in our social innovations or our commitment to social impact. You're working with cooperatives and LGUs, and that is also what UP is doing. And I think that you're not really getting like commercial rate remuneration for this. It's really kind of a voluntarism, which DLSU is also known for. So thank you for that. But on the other hand, we're thinking in UP that if you start working in LGUs and present your innovation products and services, then with the LGU, with the co-ops, with the farmers, you can actually do the beta testing of your innovations and services, and then gather the data, do it like we do research in the university, and it becomes valid, and then you can now increase the value of your innovation, and you can then share it with industry. There you might make a good return on investment. Anyway, so now, Lowell, you are a leader in the drone industry in the country. Can you tell us in general what's the status of the AI and drone industry in the Philippines, and how would you address the issue of us being a leader in Asia?
To be honest, no offense, AI in drones at the moment in the Philippines is, I think, next to negligible. Meaning to say, we have AI, of course, but when we say drone AI in the Philippines, we're talking about drone solutions. We're not talking about, you taking your picture and analyzing your face and coming out with the data. What we're saying is industry solutions. So at the present, the Philippines, I have not seen any company that's doing what we are doing. Meaning to say, drone solutions. Okay, because I believe why? The question is why? Why? If it's so feasible, why nobody's doing it? You got the university, you got the state university, you got everybody. They're talking about it. But the thing is, it's like cooking. You're a very good cook, but you don't have the oil, you don't have the ingredients, you don't have the meat, you don't have the fish. If ever you have a fish, it's a dead fish. If it's the meat, it's a double dead meat. Then how can you have a good meal? So for you to develop a drone solution, you must look at the whole picture. Okay, number one, you must understand drone. Okay, so means say understanding drone is not buying drone. Understanding drone is you must be able to make your own drone. Okay, in doing that, you can lower the cost, you can be competitive, and you have the knowledge to share. Because once you have the knowledge to build drones, like in our training center, we start with drone kits. We also have drone kits. So meaning to say, the students will build their own drone. aside from flying their drone and teaching how to fly, we also teach you how to build your own drone. You know, this is the frame, this is the motor, you do it, everything very basic, very simple. You learn from zero. So after that, when you know how to fly a drone, there's a drone pilot, then you apply for a license. When you have a drone license, then that's the first part. The second part is, where does the solution come in? You must also now understand the instruments. You must know that, diba? So it's like, you know, you cannot say a geodetic is a very good agriculturist. A good agriculturist cannot be a good AI, diba? So you must have specializing in all those fields. So, okay, so you must know how to use a LiDAR. You know how to use a corona, a multispectral. And, you know, aside from that, even if you know how to use that, you must have a solution software for that. So, you know, if you look at it, it's portion by portion. After you have done all of that, then the question now there is, what do you do with the data? How do you transfer the data into a solution? Then, again, you must have the experts. So imagine, you have to pass all of those. So if you look at that, and then you have to go to AI. You must know how to develop algorithms. You know, AI per se is a course. You know, so if you look at, you gotta be a geodetic course, you gotta have to study. So by the time you finish, I think maybe you're more than 100 years old. You haven't even started.
All right.
You know, so I think that's a problem.
Lowell, earlier and just now, you emphasized the importance of smart education and training, starting with our youth. So you're saying we cannot be leaders in Asia or even in the country if we do not invest in our hands-on training, okay? And so it actually connects well with some of the talks this afternoon on education and governance, because we have someone who will talk about robotic training and building in his school. So that's so great, Lowell. Thanks for that. And then now I go to Lau. And Lau, I think my question to you is, just a moment, I have to read it now. You know that the fish eye, we know that fish eye has successfully obtained patents from many countries. So I didn't want to touch so much on intellectual property of our inventions, but I think with fish eye, it holds the distinction of having an international patent. Can you share lessons learned from that process? And you also mentioned several possible derivative products from the original fish eye. Are there further research in terms of other applications?
Thank you for that. I think it's something that we all have to think about when we're developing something that we want to have patented. We had no initial guidance on how to do this. So the UST helped a lot. UP Diliman also helped in funding for the patent. But what we learned was that there's no such thing as one international patent. So you have to go through each country, and each country actually has its own requirements.
Yes.
So for example, we wanted to go for a Japan patent as well as an Australian one. But it turns out that the moment you share any part of your research publicly, you're no longer eligible for patent in those two countries. So even though the people who listen to your presentation, for example, will not be able to copy your technology just by the presentation alone. But that alone nullifies your qualification. So we had to go to other countries where we think the fisheye will be useful. So there's Brazil, Mexico, Indonesia, the US, and the Philippines. And each of those, again, had different requirements. And interestingly enough, US was the first one to grant us a patent.
Congratulations, congratulations, Lau.
Thank you. So now
Okay.
we have all 5.
Okay, and your other applications or...
Yeah, so now we're trying to develop
variant
other,
extracts.
aside from the derivatives that you saw, the commercial derivatives, we're also trying to look at deeper areas of the Philippine coral reef. So we have a deep fish project, again with the UST. So PROS is the head of that. And we're trying to look at deep fish population. And the reason for that is there are studies that are showing that deep coral reefs may actually harbor what is like a Noah's Ark for the shallower ones. So with climate change, like storm events, heating, all the shallow reefs are in peril. But if you have a nice, thriving deep reef, that might be what houses the next generation of corals and also fish. So, but we don't know enough about the deep reefs of the Philippines. So it's very hard to bring divers there. It's very costly and also biologically very dangerous for people to just go deeper than 25 meters. So that's what we're going to try and do, deploy fish eye. And of course, we need to tweak it in order to be able to also know the fish population beyond 25 meters.
So, Lau, our theme is food security. Are you developing something that is specific for fisheries capture fisheries for our fishing industry?
Yes, but not necessarily the fish eye itself. So
Okay.
it will have to be in tandem with acoustics as well.
Wow.
Because the presence of your pelagic fish might be too far for just a visual thing. You might need acoustics as
So
well.
you really need to know fish science and marine sciences as well for this. Okay. So just one last question. Anybody can answer this. Do you think that the data that you're using for AI, the data you're gathering, you have gathered and would like to gather in the future, and you're doing it with data from surrounding countries. Do you think it's part of our patrimony? Is it part of our intellectual property? And if so, how would you treat it when you deal with industry and publications, for example, our academic output? Anybody? Yes.
That's a very good and crucial question, I think. So yes, data is a intellectual property, and there are now databases that have their own, like ISBN or tag numbers, so that you can actually, when you use those data, you have to say where it came from. And who are the owners of that data. So when we have our clients, we do ask them, are you willing to make this public? Or do you want this just that you own it and Fish Eye owns it, and Fish Eye will only use it to develop the technology even further, but we won't make it public. So that is something that there's no rule on currently in the Philippines, but it's something that we're very sensitive to.
So we're trying to formulate the rules, new rules in UP for IP, and this would cover AI data. Okay, and then now I guess you can.
Yeah, we'll have. I'll assist you in reading some questions we have on the. Okay, so and as well, if we have questions, please line up at the back of our microphone here in the middle. We would greatly love to hear from you. So over here to Lowell C, do we already have a regulatory body for drone operations in the Philippines that is duly recognized by the government? This is from Nueva Vizcaya.
Yes, we have it right now. It's called CAAP, Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines. Okay, basically what CAAP does is it comes out with the rules. Like example, if your drone is 7 kilos and above, you must register it. You cannot fly on a no-zone area. You must understand the areas where no-fly zones are, like Malacanang, airports, And then you must also understand that, you must for you to have a license, you must be qualified. Meaning to say, you must have a certificate that you passed a drone school or something like that. So in reality, there is. You can go to the webpage of CAAB, and you can download the rules and regulation and the requirements.
That would be the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines.
Yeah, thank you.
Sige, let's go to our next question. How is the industry, farmers, business owners, etc., reacting to the research? Are they hopeful, reluctant, etc.? Is this directed to Dr. Dadios? Yes.
Yeah. The farmers are really very appreciative to the research that we've made. Very appreciative to the product that we showed to them. So there's really a good potentials in this field to help the country, to help the people, and to increase profit also. It's very important.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dadios. We have another question. This is, how did you train the AI model in Fish Eye? Dr.
Nice. So as a marine scientist, I had to learn how a machine thinks. And as a computer scientist, Dr. Pros Naval had to learn how to scuba dive.
Cross-training pala po yung sagot doon.
Yes. Yeah, we had to do collaborative training because that's the only way you can actually train the AI. You have to appreciate yourself, and then you have to translate it into a language and that it will understand what you're. Because, for example, a fish, I will automatically recognize a fish because I'm used to that being called that, right? But for a computer program, the way you have to show it as this shape plus this color plus this combination of colors plus this angle of the mouth. That's how you identify this specific species. And it changes with gender. It can change with the age of the fish and so on. So you have to do it like training a child, an intelligent child, on how to identify stuff. And for that, the crucial part of that was pros diving.
Terrific. So, is certified diver na ba kayo, Doc Pros? That would be very interesting. It's really the bridging of these two technologies or these two areas of learning is what allows us to have these breakthroughs. Just like how drones aren't just the drones; it's everything that's on it and the AI that's together with it. That's terrific. Here's a question for Mr. C. How is AI being utilized to optimize crop yields and reduce waste in agricultural practices? And what innovative strides can we expect to see in this area in the next few years?
Okay. To be honest, what I can tell you is what I learned from Dr. Frost. He's been teaching me a lot about AI. So the way I understand is, number one, you need AI. For you to have AI, you must have what you call data. You get pictures, you get information. So for you to have that, then you must fly the drone. Except for on our case, we fly the drone on a rice field. And from the rice field, we use multispectral, so we use LiDARs and everything. And all the data we received, we are now sending it to the AI team. The AI team, pictures, they now create algorithms, they now create, input all the data. That's why earlier, what I also learned is the normal computers, the CPUs are not anymore basically, you can use it if you want to finish your project 10 years from now, So, but you have to use like GPUs, graphical, processors already. And the problem is it's not everybody has access to GPUs. It's a very, secured computer. But again, as I said, that's how you do it. You must first learn. It's like asking, how do you run? You must first learn how to walk. And for you to walk, then you must understand the drones, understand the instruments and everything. And not only the understanding, but also data gathering. After that, then you go to the likes of computer science, and they do the job for you. So there you go.
So maybe Doc Pros will learn how to fly drones as well. Medyo MacGyver na talaga si... Yes, Dr. Dadios.
In addition to the use of AI to increase the yield, vertical farming is one applications that we showed very promising, very successful on that. In fact, we had developed vertical farms in EBSO through Professor Joel Coelho from University of Arizona. And we showed that at any season, we can have this crop, whether it is rainy, dry, or a typhoon, because you control the environment. In controlling the environment, you need EI systems there. For example, control the nutrients in PK, control the temperature, so control the light. So these things can be done through EI, and that is very successful.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Someday we can control typhoons too.
May conspiracy theory po about that, but we won't go there. It's a different election season. So, any questions from our audience, live audience today? Mas productive? Yes, we have one there. Okay, terrific.
Yeah,
okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Al Serafika. I'm from the UP Tech Transfer and Business Development. office for the system. And the question is actually for most of the teams that we've been forming, even in the National Academy of Science, we always advocate to form transdisciplinary teams. This is a team composed of a 5-member. You have your industry, Lowell. You have your academe, Laura and Elmer. But we need risk capital. I'm seated beside Carillion Partners. They're advising on where to source the risk capital. But we also need government. I think Mauricio from NDC was here. Anton Mauricio was here earlier. My challenge to the speakers right now, how far are you in forming that team? Because only the way we have envisioned it when we were doing the Pantanao 2015 NAS, the only way we can solve a problem in the Philippines is to have a team that's very directed and focused for each of these problems. And to have use cases that has a cost-benefit analysis so that you can then expand or scale up depending on your target customer. So my question now, since you've outlined already your AI play, how far are you in forming that team, and how far are you from getting to a cost-benefit proposition for a use case? Very specific. And how does that look right now? Are you reducing prices by 10x, or are you increasing productivity by 30 times? So hope that's good.
Yeah, okay, basically, I think I would answer that first. The question is, okay, you have the industry, you have the academic, you have the professionals with you. But do you have the government? That's why, as I said, we're a little bit different because we came from the industry. So in the industry, you must deal with the government, you must deal with the end users, you must deal with the customers and everything. So that's what we did, Precision Path, that's what Precision Path did. We first started, building drones. When we have the drones and everything, we now went to the academic. So we went to UP, Dr. Ayin was the first to help us. Then Dr. Frost came, and then Dr. Rex from LB came. Those are the 3 people that really helped us, and of course, our director, Concepcion, also helped us. So what we did, after we have built that core team, that collaboration, okay, we have now the universities, we have now the industry. We now went to the government. We went to DA. So we start talking to SEC Kiko, we start talking to USEC Roger, USEC Chris, and they agreed on our concept, and they had a collaboration. That's why we're inviting everybody to join us. It's every other week. We have a meeting in EDSA Shangri-La, and we share our what we have been developing. So part of that is the proof of concept. We are now building a proof of concept. The government wanted to start first by, in fact, they are now putting up a budget to train 6 state universities. So that's how to fly drones. We will give the training free of charge. We're going to give the drones and everything. And from there on, we are now going to work on our proof of science, our proof of concept, and that's how we go. I agree to what you're saying, that the government must be always in line. In fact, the government is the biggest customer. That's why when we talk to the customer, our previous sales were very, very small compared to the budgets of the government. How many billions, pesos and everything. So now, the answer there is, it is true. That is why we insist that we are working hard to work with the university, UP. We're trying to get a room there for more than 6 months already. But hopefully, I just spoke with President Jimenez. He's going to look into it. And, because our idea is to have an office in UP so that the people, the students, the faculty, do not have to travel. We have an office also in UP Los Baños so that the people in Los Baños do not have to travel. So when we need to meet together, we don't agree on meeting on Zoom. We prefer meeting face-to-face. So that's why we have it in EDSA Shangri-La every other week, and where everybody comes in and we go. It's expensive, but it's very, very fruitful, I'm telling you. So where are we now? I would say it's around 60 or 70% of my dream. So meaning to say, they're now working on my budget. I went to speak to Speaker Martin, and I was endorsed to Salningo, which Sarah says the only 2 people in the Philippines that has a budget is only the Speaker of the House and the appropriation. So both of them I spoke already, and they're also willing to help me. So that's where we are right now.
Thank you. Definitely, you can count on us, Louis, and the Office of the Tech Transfer and Business Development. So tell us when your next meeting is happening.
Okay.
Thank you.
I can answer also on Al's question. Yes, that is very important to talk with the government. In fact, for the information of aside from smart farm that my lab is doing, we're doing also for human security. So we are developing this we developed, by the way, the bump disposal robot. So when we initiated this one, we had to partner with government. So it is important that we need to talk to the PNP EOD K9 group because they are the one knowledgeable on this bump disposal. So we are successful on that. We partnered with them. We get idea from them on how to create a bump disposal robot. Through their suggestions, through their expertise on doing this, we were able to translate that one using AI and robotics to a real machine, which is now ready for commercialization. And we are very happy that the DOST now give us a signal to be joining the sprint for the fast track in order to commercialize this. So yes, that is very important to have partner with the government.
Para pag pumutok, walang mamamatay.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. Do we have follow-up? One more?
Quick lang. Like I said before, maraming tumulong, no? UST, UP, from everything, patenting, teaching us how to to open up a startup business and so on. But in the end, it really is just myself and a few people in our staff and consultants. I wish there was a way for the university to do all the business stuff para kami ni Pros doon na lang sa tech development. Maraming oras namin nauubos for the business side of things.
Okay. Tutulong kami, Laura.
So, Jimbo, I think we have to wrap up because...
Yes, we have to wrap up. Right. Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. David, Dr. Dadios, Mr. C, thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. Dr. Concepcion, thank you for moderating. Terrific morning. Please be guided and keep in mind that we will reconvene promptly at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Our host this afternoon, Ms. Ritzy Villarico Ronquillo.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I am Ritzy Villarico Ronquillo. I am a UP Mascom Broadcastcom graduate, so I'm very happy to be here, and of the UP Strategic Communication Group. And I will be your host this afternoon. So as we reconvene for our second plenary session, we turn our attention to a very essential topic that shapes our society, namely education and governance. These are very crucial because they have a great deal to do with fostering informed citizens and effective leadership. And so in this plenary session this afternoon that you're all here for, we will explore AI-powered approaches that can improve the current state of the country's educational system and how technology plays a very vital role in crafting governance strategies for transparency, 2, accountability, and 3, inclusivity. And now, let's see an AVP from TVUP.
How is AI changing the landscape of education? As we continue to mold the 21st century learners, we harness the promise of AI. The COVID-19 pandemic is a testament of how AI-powered platforms helped facilitate remote learning and allowed learners to customize the way they learn. From education to governance, AI is undeniably offering limitless opportunities, from science and research to understanding complex problems like traffic. AI has helped the Philippine government improve public services and decision-making strategies. From e-governance to automation of public services to AI-driven advancements integrated into healthcare. AI is bridging the gap so these sectors can propel forward in maximizing the endless possibilities AI has to offer.
There you have it. A big hand, please, for TVUP, our very own and headed by Dr. Gigi Alfonso. She's here. She's been here since so early this morning, and her team are here to support this conference. And so now, to start strong, we are so honored to be able to hear directly from the leader of the Philippine education system. So Secretary Sani Angara is a dedicated public servant with over 2 decades of experience, now leading the Department of Education. As a former senator, he authored over 340 measures, including the landmark K-12 and free college tuition laws, showcasing his commitment to education reform. Appointed in 2024, he aims to address learning gaps, modernize infrastructure, and empower teachers for positive change in the Philippine education system. So, for a keynote address on education, let's all welcome the Secretary of the Department of Education, the Honorable Sani Angara.
Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Good afternoon, President Angelo Jimenez, who's brought his own dynamic barkada style of leadership and galvanized the UP community. Thank you, sir. To City Administrator Michael Alimurong, representing Mayor Joy, also big, malaking tulong sa aming departamento pagdating sa QC. To Sir Wahab Sherwin Surian from the DND, to some of our resource persons and academic personas in the room. Maybe this is the smartest room in the Philippines right now. So Professor or Dr. Solis, my co-panelist, Ma'am Rodrigo, Ma'am Gisela Concepcion, Professors Lim, David, De Jos, Ortega Espaldon, and Tapang. I'm sorry if I missed anyone. This is the list prepared by my staff. Magandang hapon po sa amin lahat. I hope you and your family are safe, of course, relative to what's happening in the other parts of our country. So we'd like to maybe explain what the thinking of the Department of Education is. As you know, it's the biggest department in the country with 1.05 million employees, 860,000 teachers, over some 45,000 schools across the archipelago. So, and I think very well known to the people in this room are the various resource gaps of the department and of the country and of our schoolrooms. So I'd like to start with picturing the classroom of the future. Maybe hopefully our students are listening intently, eager to participate in class, in person, whether it's online or both, and learners from all over the archipelago can join, not just those present in the room. And teachers are pulling, similar to what's happening today. President Gigi told me there are maybe at least 1,000 to 2,000 following us online. So here in the classroom of the future, teachers are pulling from a deep trove of materials and mindsets collected from the best of other contexts. The confines of the physical are expanded in the digital. In the classroom of the future, there are few who are left behind, whether they are on a mountaintop in Caraga, where our president hails from, or whether they are on an island in Palawan. And I was just in Pagasa Island 2 days ago. So it's a pipe dream, but it's one that we want to start building now with your help. In the department, we have our feet on the ground and our eyes on the landscape. We know that we cannot future-proof without fixing the present. We are told we are 5.5 years behind in terms of learning. The pandemic added a few more inches to our steep learning barrier. Now we must work double time to recover those lost years. The goal here is not to advance our students alone, but to get them, at very least, get them at the right level. And this involves shipping around 2 million textbooks. The classrooms of today are awaiting these learning materials so the students can build their own futures. There, yun yung sa Pag-asa Island. Ho. We are procuring them early, getting them out of warehouses, and iterating processes to make this both legal and efficient. We need to add 165,000 more classrooms across the archipelago to prevent double shifting, to prevent triple shifting, which is a reality on the ground. This remains our basic structure for learning delivery. In far-flung and disadvantaged areas, a new school building on the rise is always a sign of hope. It is a signal of the government's commitment. Every learning facility has a message. that services can and should cross terrains and territories to reach them. But this is not the case for our rapidly urbanizing cities. Buildable space is becoming a rarity. Alam po yan ni Sir Mike sa QC. We barely have the budget to construct. It's not prudent to deplete our resources to purchase these expensive lots. And these all seem analog, but it's true. It's the boring work that inches us forward. We want to get things right, and we want to get them right on time. Our students cannot afford more surprises and setbacks. In the DepEd, we call this making the trains run on time, which is a figure of speech to refer to countries who have gotten governance and efficiency right. We use that metaphor a lot because it represents the vision for the department. Sana hindi magalit ang DOTR sa amin. Di namin sila inaagawan. But seriously, trains are basic, reliable, and predictable, just like how we want the education system to be. We need a steady track for our students. We need fully equipped stations. These are periodic assessments in their journey to see their progress to goal. We need empowered conductors, so to speak. These are our teachers who ensure that our passengers, our students, are having a smooth and safe journey. My team often extends the metaphor, Sek, de kayo po ang driver. Pero hindi po. I'm just the co-driver. And that main role belongs to our President, President Bongbong Marcos. And the President understands very well our challenges in the department. He directs our undivided focus. We are raising our students' quality of learning. We are taking care of our teachers. We're getting creative in closing the infrastructure gap, hopefully through PPPs and through ODA, or Official Development Assistance. These are some of our marching orders that we've acted upon in our first 3 months. But he also emphasized that the future of learning gives us a horizon. His exact words were, bridge not only the classroom gap, but also the digital gap. So bridge naman ngayon, baka magalit si DPWH. But we are envisioning and laying the groundwork for the classroom of the future. Like everything in DepEd, it starts with securing the basics, and we have no doubt that it involves a form of artificial intelligence. This is why we're aiming to procure and place some 47,000 e-learning carts with 40+ computers in each cart. This is to save precious classroom space. DepEd has evolved the concept of a computer lab into a cart filled with laptops and other gadgets that can be moved from room to room. And the goal here is simple. Students should use these tools with familiarity and not fascination. These should be features of the future, but processors of the present. Not be features of the future, but processors of the present. We've proposed a historic high of 12.5 billion pesos in the budget to continue making this a reality in as many schools as possible. We're aiming to connect 2,000 schools to the electricity grid. There are 2,000 schools which do not have any electric power. Because really, there's no point giving them laptops if they don't have the power. So some 40,000 schools need also an upgrade in electricity, because I think, as you all know, AI needs good power, good bandwidth. So we have to ensure that these systems can handle the technology of the future. We often forget that just like time and budget, information is another resource of government agencies. We're planning not just to analyze data, but also to liberate it. And the technocrats in our team have a deadline to clean up the data before letting it out of the vault, so to speak. Instead of asking, where are we now? Seeing the data allows all of us in DepEd to ask, why are we this way? We are convinced that those who come up with the answers to why are ready. Ready to manage a bigger allocation, ready to procure bigger programs, and ready to face questions from their constituents, and ready to purchase more tailor-made technology. As we know, artificial intelligence plays that role. Data empowers not just us in DepEd, but all the people who have access to us, including parents and the public. So at some point, we want to be sharing that information with everyone. And some enterprises are farther ahead in vision than we are. We are happy to borrow theirs and make it a part of our own. Part of our role is to open the department, a department known to be very traditional in its methods and processes, to open it to the public and modernize our systems. So we have Khan Academy, the most popular education software in the world, and they've shown us what can be done in an easy integrated learning system that has resource-strapped schools in mind. So meron tayong mga public schools, some are on some kids are on smartphones, some kids are on tablets, some are on iMacs, some are on laptops. So it's a nice scene because even the teacher's on a laptop and she has analytics and data in real time. The student takes the quiz, the results come out in a few minutes, and she has data that tells her how well that student is doing relative to last week, how well that student is doing relative to the rest of the class, and other such data. That would take her normally a long time to generate. I Am the Code has given us access to thousands of programming lessons and resources. Just previous to this, the President and I were talking to our science community, members of the science community, to talk about coding in the public schools. So this is also giving us a glimpse of that, and we want to pursue those directions in the coming days. So Canva is also created space for educators and students long before we assumed office. Their presentations and publications are more engaging thanks to their platform. Your children probably use it. I didn't know until I visited them that my kids also use Canva. And they've committed to providing their services to all of our senior high school students. So these enterprises of the future are ready to share, and we are preparing to scale. All of these seem very grand, but all of you here are very well versed in change management. With a massive system, again, as I mentioned earlier, of over 1 million employees, educating 25 million learners throughout 17 regions. The data scientists in the room could project the rate of change there. The present of lesson plans and paper modules would have to stay for now, but we must keep an eye on the future. Past leaderships have convinced themselves that no, perhaps this time we'll do it differently. For us, we have that perspective, and we think that differently means or must involve technologically. For us, that means showing and not just telling. After we've made headway into the basics, our dream is to pilot these classrooms of the future. We need to show proof of concept in key areas under an able field office that could sustain that vision. We don't know what that looks like exactly, but perhaps that's the beauty of it, because working together, we could develop that vision collectively. A student from Sulu could meet another student from Santa Rosa, facilitated by a teacher in Sorsogon. Maybe teacher Janet of Isabela is talking to teacher Ariel of Bohol, sharing tips and tools for the next day's science class, all in an easy-to-access, easy-to-use platform. Maybe in the decade of the future, an education secretary can do a few clicks on his laptop, and he could see in real time the help needed in times of calamities like right now. Picture this against the classroom of the future, not as an exercise in theory, but as a distinct possibility. We cannot promise that you will see these classrooms in every part of the country after we leave office, but what the President and my team can promise is that we started building those classrooms today. So maraming salamat po, and I wish everyone a very productive set of sessions going forward. Maraming salamat. Thank you, President Jimenez and his team, for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Secretary Angara. We requested him to please remain on stage because this cannot end without us expressing our thanks for making time to stay with us for this afternoon by giving him a little token of our appreciation. So I'd like to call on stage UP President Angelo Gigil Jimenez, Professor Emeritus Dr. Giselle Concepcion, Dr. Prospero Naval Jr., Dr. Peter C., and I'm trying to locate, is he here with us? Our Executive Vice President, Pepe Alcantara, please, on stage. Thank you. Secretary Angara, we share your dream of a better future as parents, as educators, as those who are nurturing the next generation. So we shall have a little photo opportunity here. So gentlemen and ladies who would like to take some photos, go ahead. All right, thank you very much, Secretary Angara. I'd like to remind everyone, don't think it's just us in the room. We have also online participants. So they're also joining us and watching us live. So whether the weather is bad or not, we're still here all together. Okay, we move on. So today we are fortunate to be able to hear from not one, but two public officials for our keynote addresses. So please help me welcome Michael Victor Nepomuceno Alimurong, representing Honorable Maria Josefina G. Belmonte, better known as Mayor Joy. He currently serves as the principal advisor to the city mayor and is the chief architect of the city's e-governance initiatives, including the Unified Q Citizen ID. His unwavering support in championing inclusivity and sustainability continues to position Quezon City as a model for resilience and innovation. And so today, he will share his insights on AI-powered governance, exploring just how can we work together to address the challenges we face and build a brighter future for all. Join me in warmly welcoming Michael Victor Nepomuceno Alimurong.
So good afternoon. Of course, Honorable Secretary Sani Angara, UP President Angelo Jimenez, all the honored guests and participants, both in person and online, good afternoon. Unfortunately, Mayor Joy is not here today. It is typhoon season, so as you can imagine, she's quite indisposed, so you will have to do with me instead. In any case, thank you first and foremost for the opportunity to share Quezon City's story and vision. So many things have been said about governance, most of them in the context of failures. This comes with long-running perception that government is slow, maybe lazy, antiquated. This perhaps applies most of all to the ways that government try to keep up with technology. When translated to the Philippine experience, this discussion will likely prompt particular images we are all familiar with. Long lines outside offices, rows of people hunched over printed forms, office personnel who could be irritable and rude. Online, the poorly designed websites, which are either difficult to navigate, slow to load, or require particularly outdated browsers to open. We're not alone in this experience. For instance, Jennifer Paca, former U.S. Deputy Chief Technology Officer, points out that government at all levels has limped into the digital age, offering online services that can feel even more cumbersome than the paperwork that preceded them, and widening the gap between the policy outcomes we intend and what we get. She has observed that this in many pivotal programs, including those that affect the criminal records of Black people, healthcare policies, immigration, and climate action, among others. Now, in her book, Recoding America, Paca notes that it's not about buying the most advanced technologies. Instead, she underscores the need to address a disconnect between the design of certain technology-based programs and the needs of the public they are supposed to help. She emphasizes that technology in government processes must make sense to a person, with every effort to ensure openness for input and feedback. So when Mayor Joy took the helm of Quezon City in 2019, it felt in many ways that we were starting from scratch. In reality, at the time that happened, nothing really was online in Quezon City. Right? A few things were in digital form, as you can imagine, but a lot of it was brute force. In hindsight, it turned out to be a blessing because it asked us to imagine what else is possible. Mayor Joy introduced an agenda that covered 5 major thrusts: human and social services, economic development, environment and climate change, infrastructure, and institutional development. We were determined to instill 2 important experiences. First, the ease of accessing services of the city government wherever you may be. And I think the COVID pandemic accelerated a lot of this because at that point there really was no choice. And second, the culture of good governance, transparency, and accountability. Now, in both these aspects, our decision to embrace modern technology made a world of difference. Today, we're proud to say that Quezon City is probably, at least anecdotally, that's what we've been told, the most digitalized city in the Philippines. Just for those here, I know this is an AI conference. Digitalization is not the same as AI. All right? So digitalization is something that you need in the first place. However, AI will not function without data. In Quezon City, today, we are happy to say we actually do have the data. 5 years ago, when it started, everybody wanted to propose AI systems, and our response was, well, I would love to AI, but I have no data to AI with. Today, under our QCE services platform, for those who are in Quezon City, you hopefully have already used it. I think some of the slides were shown earlier in the earlier TOV presentation. I think some of those were from ours. We now have 25 online platforms servicing 145 different online services, covering a wide range of needs and transactions from business to social services, among others. The platform has been developed to grow increasingly easy to access and use, whether you're a business owner looking to secure permits or pay your dues, a budding entrepreneur who wishes to apply for assistance, an indigent availing of subsidy, or a student in need of a book from the library. This has been instrumental in advancing our goals. For the record, one of the goals is actually to make all services that could be put online. All right. We keep repeating this. We did not invent this. We simply took what Estonia was doing and copied. So for those who are not familiar, Estonia, which came out of Eastern Europe, actually leapfrogged a lot of the Western Europe countries by deciding they would go online. And 99.9, I believe, % of all transactions with the government are actually online. So for instance, we can confidently say that today we've been the preferred destination for business in the country. In fact, just yesterday, the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry recognized Quezon City, yet again, as the most business-friendly city. Digitization is crucial in creating such an environment. So our business one-stop shop, for example, is integrated in our e-services portal. This means that in Quezon City, you can do everything in just one platform. I would like to repeat, that is actually a design that we undertook at the start. For those who work with government, I'm sure you realize in the past it is everybody proposes a new system, and every time you have a system, you have a new username and password, and you wonder they don't talk. So there's a lot of systems that don't talk. At some point, they stop working. In Quezon City, we designed it as a single platform, so that's QCE services. And what that means is anytime we launch a new service, you simply log in to your single username and password, and the new service will pop up for you to use. All right, so that's by design. From business name registration to applications for permits and clearances. So through our partnerships with the Department of Trade and Industry and all the barangays in the city, our clients need that run between offices, saving them time, effort, and hassle. We're able to provide an e-invoice for new business permits under 1 hour. Meanwhile, renewal takes only 10 seconds. As all these happen online, we facilitate the free delivery of hard copies to the businesses as well. For those who've dealt with Quezon City and say, no, it's not 1 hour and it's not 10 seconds, I hope you are not using a fixer anymore because it's not needed. Now, again, as mentioned earlier, this is digitalization. This isn't AI. The AI part of this is something that looks like this. We no longer ask you to present your electronic, your official receipt, which now has been renamed invoice, because the systems talk to each other. When you actually make a payment at Quezon City's Treasury Office, the payment is online and the business permit system actually reads the system. Therefore, no more fake receipts. It automatically tells us that this person is a payer, and it's already been paid, nothing to show. This is where the artificial intelligence has come in. We've also started to look at things like taxpayers who have been paying business taxes who do not seem to appear in our business permit system. That part, and for the researchers here, we are welcome if you want to research, because the data exists. There is a large number that actually pay taxes every year, or sometimes every other year, who actually don't get a renewed permit. In the past, we couldn't do that. Today, we can. And the system is flagging it. It's telling us who are likely doing it. So that's where the AI is coming in. Now, we have also revolutionized locational clearance processing through our automated zoning evaluation system, which uses advanced zoning map functionality. It helps applicants verify whether specific business activities are permitted in a particular area, reducing the risk of non-compliance and legal woes. Earlier this year, we were able to geotag 100% of registered businesses across Quezon City, all 80,000 plus of them. This is not high-tech technology. It's actually using technology to enable us to do something. So what the zoning evaluation system is doing is when you apply for a business, you put your location, and it actually tells you on the spot whether you are permissible or not and what is permissible. And this is where the artificial intelligence comes in. It's not a human telling you that. You are putting in your business address, selecting a location, and because we've loaded up the zoning maps underneath it and put the information, it will tell you it's permissible or not. So this allows you to do your business easier. We've also started, as I mentioned, we also geotag them all. So what that means is we're now able to determine if a business is simply filing a new business permit, doing exactly the same thing in exactly the same address. And a lot of businesses like to do this because that means they don't pay last year's tax. They pretend they're a new business. But in our case, it's the same address, same business activity, same location, must be the same. All right, so this is stuff where the AI helps, again, but you must digitize first. So to help us make sense of all this data, we're leveraging AI to support city government in data-driven policymaking, guiding our industry and tourism plans, urban planning, and economic development strategies. We're also looking at AI to help us identify trends and patterns across business locations in the city. For example, we're now able to determine where a lot of our rejections are happening, and therefore are able to determine which areas probably need to be rezoned. Now, granted, you work that with anecdotal evidence from the barangay, and you go on the ground to check it out as well, but at least it flags to us that in certain areas, there seem to be a lot of applicants for business in the area. Even if it's residential, it's probably not residential today. And so it allows us to prioritize which of these various areas in the city we should focus on first. All right, so for researchers in the area, you are welcome for that too. So digitalization also enables us to better understand the needs of our communities and sectors. So in the area of social services, for example, we have our Q Citizen ID program. For those wondering what that is, it's just like the national ID with a signature. A complement to our e-services platform. We are able to keep track of services that we provide. So down to the individual, per resident level, and see how we can tailor fit services to the needs of our citizens. This makes it easier for our citizens to receive assistance, especially among key sectors for whom we have special programs. So the challenge before was determining which citizens were using which services and how often. Today, because all of them are tagged to the citizen ID, we actually know if somebody has been using multiple services repeatedly, all right, and who haven't gotten it. So, for example, we have made it easier for our citizens to register births, marriages, and deaths by making these services available online. Our Quezon City birth registration online is the first of its kind in the Philippines because it's integrated into the system of all our hospitals and birthing facilities. We have mostly eliminated the possibility of delayed registration among newborns in the city. Through our health information system, we're able to implement a one patient, one record strategy. This means that a resident can walk into any of our city-run health facilities for consultation, treatment, or medicines, even if the center or clinic is outside their district or barangay. They would not have to narrate their medical history during each visit because our health personnel can pull up their records from the system. This integrates 66 health centers at a total of 91 different facilities. Referral to other facilities, if needed, is also easier because of this. Where AI would come in is, for example, flagging to us illnesses that are happening, because now when you go online, we can track if everybody's coming in for the same reason. We hope we do not flag a pandemic. May hope it never happens again. But that is something that the system can now do because we record everything. If everybody comes in and everybody's complaining about the same thing, we can flag it. So that's where the AI comes in. The Quezon City government also has a local version of 911, our Help 9122. Through this, we can take emergency calls, requests for different forms of assistance, service requests, traffic concerns, and even complaints and inquiries. Our helpline is connected to all our action units, including the Quezon City Police District, the Bureau of Fire Protection, medical responders, traffic management, and barangay-based response teams, which ensures quick response time. This past year, we've expanded services to include mental health concerns and emergencies, as well as reports of gambling-related harm.
So what the 122 system is we now actually use a ticketing system for all the tickets. As a result, the 122 team, which is under the Q Citizen Services Department, is the first line of defense to be able to flag if there are common complaints. As a result, they are able to identify solutions because they see them first. So this is something that we're doing. The team, again, if there are researchers out there, we are happy for assistance as well. Meanwhile, through our Gender and Development Office, we established a centralized data bank system with the hopes of properly tracking and processing cases of violence against women and children in the city. It's the first ever unified database of such kind in the Philippines, streamlining records from barangays, police stations, hospitals, and various departments. In the area of infrastructure, technology has also leveled up our approach to the safety and security of our citizens. So we're halfway through the rollout of our Project Aurora centralized CCTV network with over 1,000 CCTV cameras already connected to it. And we're now laying down the fiber optic system, some 200 plus kilometers worth, that will enable real-time viewing of footage and a bigger storage capacity that can accommodate high-resolution recordings. We'll be installing a total of 3,000 more cameras for the system, while also integrating 60,000 other CCTV cameras from external sources, including national government offices, security agencies, businesses, and barangays. So one of the things that people had approached 5 years ago was, we have AI for your CCTVs, and our response is, we would love that, we have no CCTVs for you to AI. Because of the fiber network, once it's done, and the project is, I think, 3/4 on almost completed, then all the CCTVs, at least on ours, will be connected, and therefore you could actually do AI on it. Meanwhile, as part of our disaster response and management, we have QC Rise Up, a multi-hazard early warning system. Rise Up aids our disaster risk reduction and management office with real-time data and prediction on weather, multi-hazard monitoring, which helps us prepare for severe weather events. We still are unable to exactly predict when the rain is happening. We thought it was 6 hours later than when it hit last night. Like typhoons and monsoon rains and potential disasters. The system has an expansive network of digital and traditional sensors and empowers the city government and our barangays in making decisions like class suspensions, preemptive evacuation, and flood preparations. Now, lastly, in the area of good governance, aside from our advocacy and needs-based programs, putting the house in order has become an adjacent priority to our innovations. Digitalization has been a potent tool as well in our efforts to eliminate corruption within our ranks. We have begun rolling out our integrated document management system, which is essentially a database of all paper trails across the city. So this one has already been rolled out in 10 departments. Aside from helping us reduce paper, the system is another measure to encourage accountability among our ranks, providing details on which departments have handled each request and how long processing time is in each level. So we hope this integrates in the entire city government by 2025. In closing, we have achieved so much over the past 5 years. However, we acknowledge that there is still a long road towards making QC the best governed city in the country, a model for innovations that will allow our people to feel truly free, safe, included, and nurtured. And we take pride in the fact that our city is more open-minded than most, perhaps because we are the cradle of revolutions, host of the top universities, such as UP, and home to our Human Rights Commission. I'm Ateneo, but I'm also UP now, so I'm both. It's okay. But I believe that at the end of the day, our endeavors are successful because we have gained the trust and confidence of our fellow Q citizens through our service and governance. As government, our role is to provide a platform where every citizen will be empowered to share their insights and experiences, to develop best practices or embrace those from other communities, to encourage our citizens to speak up and assure them that their voices will be heard and considered, to remind them through consistent and dependable service that their government has their backs at all times. Our experience of the past 5 years has shown that technology is not something to be afraid of. Instead, we can harness and maximize it to improve the life of our citizens. In this light, however, we are always reminded that the aspiration does not stop with top-notch technologies or the most modern processes, because technology should provide a better path towards the future of our hopes. Ultimately, the true dream is to achieve cities that promote a just and equitable society,
where each citizen can live with dignity and self-respect. Again, thank you very much for having me today. Mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you very much, man for others, Mr. Alimurong. So, as we've requested him also again to remain on stage because we would like again to call on UP President Attorney Angelo Gigil Jimenez, Professor Emeritus Dr. Giselle Concepcion, Dr. Prospero Naval Jr., Dr. Peter C., to please award him a token of a very simple token but very heartfelt token of appreciation from us here. So we heard a whole lineup of all the different programs of the city of Quezon City where UP Diliman is, and that these are not just programs that they come out with for the sake of, but these are very obviously very people-centric. So mabuhay po ang lungsod po ng Quezon City. All right, thank you very much. So thank you, Mr. Alimurong. Hanggang sa muli po kasi nasa Quezon City po tayo. So we'll see you again and again. And thank you to our presenters. Thank you very much. Okay, so our commitment to bringing bridging AI to our key sectors in the Philippines just doesn't end here at the AI Horizons Conference. We recognize that this task also requires your voice. All right, so now, this conference was born out of UP's objective to explore and showcase the transformative potential of AI across critical sectors of Philippine society and economy. So, Dr. Prospero C. Naval Jr. is currently a professor of artificial intelligence at UP Diliman and the visionary leader behind the Computer Vision and Machine Intelligence Group. His groundbreaking research spans underwater computer vision, swarm robotics, and AI-driven marine biodiversity preservation. As co-founder of Fish Eye Analytics, Dr. Naval uses cutting-edge AI to tackle global environmental challenges. These have been making waves in academia and real-world applications. So let's all welcome Dr. Prospero Naval, who I understand has also gone scuba diving, to speak about data science and AI, UP degree programs, and short courses.
Thank you very much, Ritzy. I particularly like the scuba diving part. So it's something that I enjoy doing, actually. Initially, I wasn't really into it. I don't like the ocean, but then because of Dr. Laura, she convinced me to dive. I eventually got addicted to diving. Anyway, so I'm going to talk about AI education. So in this talk, I wish to share with you an overview of our 2-year-old graduate program focused on artificial intelligence. So, but before I talk about AI, I would first like to talk about innovation. So what is innovation? So innovation is the process of introducing new ideas, new methods, or products that create value or improve performance. It is about finding better ways to do things and pushing the boundaries of what is possible. So you have here the official definition. It's a bit technical. Now, in this year's, in the 2024 Global Innovation Index, the Philippines ranked 53 out of 130 countries surveyed. Our ASEAN neighbors, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, and especially Singapore, are ahead of us. Indonesia is 1 rank below us. Now, despite the seemingly mediocre performance of our country,
the GII noted that the Philippines' ranking went up by 3 steps and reached the 3rd position in the lower middle-income group of countries. So we're number 3 there. But in fact, our country is the global leader in terms of having the most technology exports as a percentage of total trade. In computers, scientific instruments, and electrical machinery. We are ranked 14th in creative goods, which include design, fashion, and film. So we are very creative. 19th in exports of ICT services, and we hold the 34th position in global brand value and 35th in intangible asset intensity. Now, in this world of constant change, AI stands out as one of the most powerful tools for innovation. We know that AI is revolutionizing the way we approach challenges and make decisions. It empowers us to analyze large volumes of data, automate routine tasks, and develop new solutions that can improve our quality of life. So what is AI? So the technical definition of AI is the following. It's very technical. I will read it. It is a discipline concerned with the design, construction of intelligent systems that perceive, reason out, formulate a decision, and act in an environment so as to achieve a set of measurable goals. So no one understands that except a few, except our students. These systems embody computational structures that mimic human cognition through symbolic and non-symbolic knowledge representations that understand, learn, decide, and act autonomously. So again, the definition is very technical and loaded with meaning. But that is what we try to decode in our artificial intelligence courses. These are the words that we study in AI, the fields. Many of these words in the definition are associated with the subfields of AI. Neuroscience, computer vision, logic, NLP, machine learning, reinforcement learning, and robotics are among the many branches of AI. Where can we apply AI? We can apply AI in everything, from agriculture to healthcare, education, transport, politics, and even entertainment. In fact, there is no field of human endeavor that is not touched by artificial intelligence. For this reason, we can leverage on AI to solve on the challenges that are facing our country. Now, as AI technologies continue to evolve and get integrated into our society, having an AI-savvy workforce with the needed skills and knowledge become essential for maintaining competitiveness in the global market. And therefore, we need to prepare our students for this. 2 years ago, in August 2022, we rolled out the first graduate programs in artificial intelligence in the country. So we have the Master of Engineering in Artificial Intelligence, which is a 2-year professional master's degree program focused on deploying AI solutions to any domain. Then we have the second one, which is the PhD in AI, which is a 3 to 4 year research doctoral degree program focused on developing novel AI systems and solutions. Now, the master's course only requires a capstone project, while the PhD course is a research-oriented course requiring a dissertation and several publications. Both degrees are handled by a team of 16 faculty members coming from the different colleges of different departments of the College of Engineering. And this is intentional. And because of this, our courses have a very strong engineering bent, focused on the design and construction of AI systems. So many of these professors are affiliated with these 7 laboratories. Some of these labs have been around for decades. So we're not new. We're not new in AI. We've been doing AI for decades already, actively pursuing research in AI with hundreds of publications in conferences and journals. Here are some statistics of these 2 graduate programs. So at the moment, there are 98 students enrolled out of the total 142 accepted ones. And four of them have actually graduated last semester. So these young guys are the first 4 graduates of the Master of Engineering in Artificial Intelligence. They marched last July 2024. And their capstone projects are featured in the research highlights found in our conference website, and which we've been also showing during the break. Let's now talk about the Master of Engineering in AI. So our Master of Engineering in Artificial Intelligence prepares our student for a career in industry and government by providing practical knowledge and experience in deploying AI systems in domains such as agriculture, commerce, education, and so on. To be accepted into the program, the student must have at least a bachelor's degree and knowledge of calculus, statistics, linear algebra, and must also know at least one programming language. So here's a typical plan of study for the students of the MEng in AI. So they have a total of 31 units of courses that are distributed across 4 semesters as shown here. So the last one, AI 299, is the capstone project. AI is a very fast evolving field. And even professors are challenged with updating themselves with the latest. So, as you know, the graph shows here that for in the past 12 years, there are 242,000 papers. So how do you read? Of course, we use AI to select the important ones, right? No, so on average, there are about 20,000 publications in artificial intelligence that are published every year. So an AI algorithm that is SOTA, we call it SOTA, or state of the art, now will no longer be SOTA in 6 to 12 months, since it will be superseded by something else in that short period of time. Now, in order to address this problem, we gave our students a strong foundation in artificial intelligence so that they can easily catch up by reading the latest conference or journal publications. We future-proof our students. We give them solid foundations in the fundamentals. We have courses on the AI fundamentals such as computational linear algebra, computational statistics. These courses, including AI 201, will provide them the needed knowledge to understand the latest technologies. We also teach them both classical and advanced machine learning methods so that they can use the right algorithms when data is scarce or when it is abundant. So as you know, AI may need super fast computers, supercomputers, or you can also do AI with ordinary computers. But nowadays, of course, the trend is to use the super fast ones. So you can use the algorithms from classical machine learning on ordinary computers, or when the data is scarce. But when you have big data, you don't have a choice but to use advanced machine learning methods. So here they learn the latest Gen AI models, large language models, diffusion models, and so on in the advanced machine learning course. But most importantly, the students also learn ML ops, ML operations. No? So they spend a lot of time and GPU resources tweaking, optimizing, managing, and streamlining machine learning algorithms not in a backyard environment, as what Lowell said earlier, but in production environments, in industrial environments, in companies. That's where the action really happens. The students also attend a seminar on AI ethics and take electives and undertake a capstone project during which they apply the tools, methods, and frameworks from the previous AI courses into the design and development of a data-driven solution to a problem in industry. So the PhD in AI is meant for the following: AI industry practitioners who want to specialize in the deployment of SOTA systems or state-of-the-art systems, researchers who want to extend the AI body of knowledge and craft new algorithms, or academics who want to specialize in AI education and conduct AI research with their students. PhD students study advanced topics such as learning theory, machine learning for sequential data, and reinforcement learning. Also, subjects like DSP or digital signal processing, NLP, of course, autonomous robotics, design of hardware for accelerating AI training and inference, PGMs, and even electives such as quantum algorithms for artificial intelligence, and courses related to their dissertation. Our master's and PhD students are encouraged to apply for scholarships such as the ERDT or Engineering, Research and Development for Technology scholarship sponsored by the Department of Science and Technology. This will allow them to study as full-time students with the following entitlements. So for more information about our AI, MEng, and PhD program, just send me an email or visit our Facebook or website. Thank you for your attention, and once again, good afternoon.
I've requested Doc Pros to please take a bow, do us a wave in the middle. He is our conference chair. So thank you, Dr. Naval. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Now let's dive deeper into our case studies for this afternoon. So our next talk is a study from Dr. Giovanni Tapang, the Dean of the UP Diliman College of Science. He will be delving into VISER. So let's warmly applaud Dr. Giovanni Tapang.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. So, when I was listening to Secretary Angara earlier, I am reminded with our objective when we started making VISER, to put modern labs in every school and college in the country. VISER is a versatile instrumentation system for science education and research. Early on, we looked at high schools. They do have science labs, but not all of them would have what we call modern science laboratories. They have a room, but not necessarily equipped. And among those with the laboratories, 33 would have no access to modern digital tools. Most of them will be using what was there several decades ago. So, just to answer also the challenge earlier posed by the Secretary, we actually wanted to bridge that learning gap in science, because as the Dean of the College of Science, we are the end users, quote unquote, of those who are produced by our whole educational system. And we wanted more scientists to train, but we have to help train them early on. That's why we created VISER. VISER is a science kit for high schools. It's essentially a lab in a box. Pinoy na Pinoy, versatile instrumentation system for science education and research. We do have a lot of sensors and that you can attach to a handheld like this. You can power it with a battery pack because, as the Secretary said, there are areas where you don't really have stable electricity. So we really engineered it to be portable and runnable in a battery. It's a handheld device. It can be easily thrown by students around. We do that. And there is a lab manual that accompanies it. But of course, when you touch it, it also tells you what to do. So we designed it to be compatible with a K-12 system from grade 7 to 10, junior high, senior high, and the other tracks as well. Of course, we wanted STEM track. There are total experiments in the manuals right now is 67, but we have 100 plus more that can be done and can be accessible by those end users. The university gave us funding to develop these projects. Dr. Giselle Concepcion facilitated that. And we have 150 more actually that you can use, not only for high schools, but also for college, but also some you can also do for elementary. It's a plug-and-play system. Unfortunately, I don't have the sensors here with me, but you can just plug the sensors. There's a USB port here. There are several ports here. You plug whatever sensor that is needed. You can run it as a data logger. You can measure data. You can do the experiments. You can do structured experiments. You can also run it even without any, just driven by curiosity. Outside, you can actually see that it's being used with a digital microscope, so you can actually students can actually visualize the hidden world of microscopy. And that is one really driver of curiosity in high schools. Makita nila na may mas maliliit na mga bagay kaysa sa nakikita nila around. We have already delivered this since last year. We started a project in 2012 and started rolling out in 2023. This went through a lot of testing, also deployment, but now it's being used in Leyte, in Pasig. The mayor of Pasig actually was very open in delivering this visor in their city. We went to Guimaras, Ilocos Sur, Marikina, and also even Quezon Province. Every time we deliver, we train our teachers because the teachers have to be familiar with the equipment para hindi po nila itago sa kanilang tokador at sabihin, bigay ito ng UP, baka masira. Gusto natin masira kasi pwede naman palitan yung nasira. Gusto natin makita na ginagamit nila. So that's why we go there to train them. This was the initial deployment. This was during the pandemic, so hindi po kami lumayo masyado, pero meron nag-facilitate to do it in Zamboanga del Sur, in Leyte, and Occidental Mindoro, of course with UPIS as well. But right now, we have been delivering this all around the country. In NCR, Lagro High School had several units, in Luzon as well, Visayas and Mindanao, and there are 60 more units coming before the year ends. Yung mga staff po ng aming, so we created Making Dot Technology. That's our startup, and they are the ones who are delivering this around the country and also manufacturing it themselves. We were invited to Cebu, Congressman PJ Garcia, also in Ilocos Sur. The DOST also is helping. We also have an engagement with UP Mindanao, where the DOST in Region 11 is actually going to bring visor to communities that are being serviced by UP Mindanao. So when I was there 2 days ago, inayos na po namin na pag-usapan with Pahinuod. And then Pasig, of course, Marikina, even the Gokongwei Brothers Foundation, and other private sector owned schools. Visor can be used in an experiment. This is the original intent of doing Visor. It can also be used in research, but you can actually add AI to Visor. So if you add this very small add-on, this is just a USB Coral AI TPU. It's a processing unit where you can actually, kasyang-kasya po sa loob. Ginawa na namin kanina. You can actually put AI. This is just an edge processor that you can actually use for AI inside visor activity. So yung microscope, pwede mo samahan ito, and then you can actually identify how many colonies of bacteria can you have. Auto counter. Natutuwa yung mga med. You can also identify, well, kung meron kang database, kung anong klase yung nakikita doon, and you can do exams, etc. with that. It's not only this type, you can actually, this is around $50, but with a very cheap 150 peso unit, you can actually train already ESP32 train them that you can do image processing and face identification. So it's a complete set integrated together. You can use it for education, you can use it for research, you can use it for AI. Now this is the, ito po yung mga founders. Dr. Romel Gomez went here in 2012, and we developed this, and these institutions helped us. The idea is, if you can actually put AI in this unit and put it in the hands of students early on, you can actually do AI early on, and everybody will be familiar programming. Everybody will be familiar using AI in elementary, in high school, and therefore you would have AI in our educational system through things like Visor. So probably that's the main message of what we can do with Visor. It's not only teaching people, our students, to do science, to measure, to make analysis, but also you can already train them with AI. Maraming salamat po. Magandang hapon sa inyo.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tapang, for sharing your study, and wow, certainly we will have a very bright future. Can you imagine all the youth very proficient in AI and programming et al? Wouldn't that be quite a future? So to give our gesture of appreciation, we'd like to request again on stage UP President Attorney Angelo Gigil Jimenez, Executive Vice President Pepe Alcantara, Professor Emeritus Dr. Giselle Concepcion, Dr. Prospero Naval Jr., and Dr. Peter C. to please come up on stage and award our very simple but very heartfelt token of appreciation. Thank you very much, Dr. Tapang. Thank you very much to our presenters. And now, as we move on, we would like to see what we call a word cloud. What have our attendees been saying about this presentation? Can we take a look at it, please? When we look at the word cloud, the words that are really the recurring theme, the ones that have been chosen by many of our participants, are those that appear in the biggest font size. So let's take a look. Innovative, student-centric, replace human teachers? Really? Student-centric. Okay, ubiquitous. It may overhaul the education system. Sec, okay po ba to? This is our word cloud. Ito po ang sabi ng mga taong bayan po. This is asking people what they think. So, wow, ang dami po ah. So, people are continuing to comment about this topic. Wow, thank you to all our participants for sharing their thoughts. So, pero mukhang steady po ang innovative. Ano po? Innovative and student-centric are quite the ones. So, thank you to everyone for sharing your thoughts. Thank you. So, for our second case, we will be zeroing in on a community in Tansa, Cavite. There, we will find the Tansa Child Development Center. It's an innovative educational institution co-founded by UP professional lecturer Romeo Gabriel Solis. So we're all ears. Mr. Solis, the stage is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to present the robotics program of the Tansa Child Development Center. Now, just to answer some questions, the TCDC, which is the name we usually call the school, is a small school. At present, we only have 171 students. If you look at the economic class, most of the students are recipients of the ESC, and of course, in the senior high, they are recipients of the voucher when we had the senior high. All right, this is what TCDC is about. It nurtures students to be active learners and citizens who are future ready. TCDC exists to empower minds, transform lives, and raise a godly generation. Okay, so it started as a preschool in 1989. It had elementary in 1991, high school in 1998, and senior high in 2016. The founders are my parents. Both were doctors from UP. My father is a lecturer in 3 UP colleges, or was a lecturer in 3 UP colleges. So that's law, medicine, and public health. Okay, now why did we have robotics? It's like this. I took early retirement in 1998, and my wife, who was principal, was looking for a teacher in technology and home economics. And she found out that her driver has taught electronics for 18 years and was a director of the Advanced Science and Technology Institute. So she had her teacher for electronics. So our TLE, it was THE before, now it's TLE, is electronics. Okay, so when I looked at the curriculum then, it was not really up to date. I tried to update everything then. I modernized the way electronics was taught, so I gave a lot of hands-on, and I let them do projects. So in the third year level, that was before K-12, they had basic electronics. I let them do actual wiring of ICs, not just soldering. And in the fourth year, I let them work on microprocessors and robotics. Of course, we started with Lego, but our first one was really Stickito, which was for swarm, and it uses intelligent materials. The first projects of the kids were Christmas light projects. Okay, it's not moving here. Okay, so the children then were working on projects during the Christmas season. Eventually, I stopped asking them to do that because we changed our shift so that we had to have exams the last week of December. So we had the project scaled down. And one incident that I had here was that when the first year that I told them, don't make Christmas lights, I had a line of students who were going to petition something. Imagine that you get a lot of students who want to petition you to let them do a project. When I was teaching EE 198, back in before, the students were complaining about projects, and I was happy that there are students who would like to do projects. So that's how it started. Okay, when we have the robotics program, our goal is to develop creativity. That is one of the skills needed in the future. That is the skill needed for the 4th Industrial Revolution. So when we work with robotics, we have 4 C's and 1 G. So we want to develop creativity, collaboration skills, communication skills, critical thinking skills, and of course, grit, which is actually passion and perseverance. Actually, to do robotics programs, they really need a lot of grit. They really need to work hard. Okay, we are inspired by Seymour Papert. Papert was one of the colleagues of Marvin Minsky in setting up the AI lab of MIT. He said that the role of the teacher is to create the conditions for invention rather than provide ready-made knowledge. Okay, so we developed several kinds of robots. Now, we did not develop this in sequence. Some of these were developed together. But this is our first one. We had to develop robots without the PC. We found that the PC was expensive, especially at the early stages of our school. Having a PC was quite expensive. So we tried to develop a robot without a PC. So we made robots. I brought sample robots that are programmed using tiles or chips, something we plug in, and the students can program it independently. No need for a PC. One of the things that we wanted to do was to have available robots that can be taken to the rural areas, to the mountains. My wife always wanted to go to the rural areas to volunteer then, so that's what she wanted. And so I tried to make one. We had a prototype around 2006. So that tells you how old we are, and we began producing them for ourselves about 2012. Okay. The program was influenced by logo, the program logo. But instead of typing commands on the screen, you just put tiles, colors, and you can give commands by that way. These are very simple. We're trying to make versions with only one integrated circuit. Okay, now if you see this video, those are the robots in motion, and the ones running them are not children. They're actually grandparents. So we like to involve the parents and the grandparents. Okay, there's another grandparent trying to do a robot. That's a grade 1 robot. After that, we tried working for robots with graphical and block programming. Okay, this is the robot. The robots here are programmed with blocks, as you can see here. We made these robots. Most of these were made during the pandemic. The one on the lower left is something new that we're working on. And the one on the right is also something new that we're working on. One advantage of this for AI is that many AI educational providers use a block like this, and this will be something which that children will be familiar with. All right, another kind of robot that we made is this. We ask the students to work on robots using assembly language programming. I was thinking before that there was going to be a problem, but it turns out that the students can have assembly language as the first language. This was something while I was teaching this, I was also teaching my freshman EE courses with the same language. And we have two versions, with one for those who know how to wire circuits, like my third and fourth year then, and ones were for students who do not know how to wire. And these are very low-cost robots, really low-cost robots. So students make different projects out of this. The board on the left, lower left, is wired by a class of grade 10, while the other ones, the board on the right, lower, is wired by grade 6, programmed by grade 6, and the project on top is grade 7. Okay, so how do we do it? Since we do not have kits, we have to partner with a vocational school to train our students. That adds a skill to them. They have more skills, okay? And then we make many machines and hand tools available. All right, these are some of our projects. On the junior high level, they make different projects. The one on the left, top left, is a cupcake decorator. You put a cupcake and the machine decorates a cupcake. The second one, bottom left, is an angklung that was since 2012. It's really a straightforward project, but students like to do it and people enjoy it. That's why I allow them to do it, but I want them to do something more sophisticated. The one on top right is an e-fan project. That was last year and the previous year. We give the students pipes and motors, and then they design what they think should be a modern electric fan. Last year, some made Bluetooth-connected fans, some made voice-controlled fans, clap-controlled fans. Okay? And if you notice, the color is pink. You'll see that the students paint the project first. The aesthetics is something that they do first ahead of the technical. And we noticed that. The 2012 project, bottom right, is a wheelchair. They made the project, and we have been working with many versions of the wheelchair. That affected our robotics work because the wheelchair did not work when it was presented, and the students repaired it in front of the audience, which I felt was something good for us. Okay, so we have a wheelchair contest wherein they try to develop a touch-free wheelchair. So they were programming in C and assembly. Oh, the next one, this is another project that made an impression because the students selected the project. They proposed, they said, we want to make our own refiller for whiteboard markers. So I said I was happy that they were giving that proposal, but I said I want to add one thing. I will put the cap on the marker. Your device should find the color of the cap and then put the right color of ink inside. Okay, they showed it working. Unfortunately, before they finalize it, the pandemic hit us. Okay, seniors, high school students. Okay, the video there shows one of the projects of grade 11. This is not the capstone. This is a project for making churros. That project on top is, it's called the Adobot, the adobo making robot. They started that at grade 10. Okay, that won an award. They were trying to make a Pares making robot. Okay, but these are not the capstone. The capstone projects are more IoT-oriented, Internet of Things-oriented. Okay, these are some of the IoT projects. These were made during the pandemic. So one is for measuring air quality, and then for monitoring the weather. So when we ask the students to work on the capstone project, we do not teach them how to use the device and how to use the apps. I require them to learn it by themselves. Okay? So it's the maturity. It's more of not the process, not the product. It's more of that you learn to be independent. Okay, now events are very important to us. Events are very important to the students. We structured the program around events. This year we had it April. We will try to have it March for this school year. Okay, the students like to perform. You have to take advantage of that. And it builds community awareness. It was supposed to be for marketing, but it does not work. It does not work for us. When we invited people to join for marketing, we did not have students, but we had schools asking us for help. Okay, so the first one was My Robots Got Talent. Then we had RoboCon. Then I almost forgot about this, that in 2022 we had an online robotics fair. So the students brought the robots to the house, and then they worked on the robots, and we had an online fair during the pandemic. The event is very important. So this is an example of one event. Okay, it's a pretty exciting event. One was held at SM. And if you can see, there's a vertical agriculture setup. That's where they have their IoTs. and they try to demonstrate that. Okay, during the pandemic, we developed some kits for our elementary students. We developed some kits for electronics also. So it's a spin-off. Actually, we use this to fine-tune our processes. Okay. The top right is a microscope that we sent to the houses of the LM students during the pandemic. You put your cell phone on top and it's adjustable so they can observe some small creatures. Okay, the two are for electronics. One is for training in the use of switching, and one is for training the use of nonlinear stuff. Okay, so we have creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, communication, and grit. We're trying to add computational thinking and agency. Agency is quite important now. Okay, we're saying that if we have a program, it should be the purpose should be clear at the start. We try to develop mechanical platforms to minimize the time, to save time and focus on the learning effort. Before, we used a lot of wood and it took a lot of time. So we integrate robotics into various subjects, not necessarily science. Like in our case, it could be TLE. It can be other subjects. So we're trying to get every student to try out their ideas. Okay, and we try to make it a successful experience for the students. Okay, for artificial intelligence, we have some devices. Some of the robots that we're working on can be integrated to AI, but we're trying to work on with AI literacy first. The picture on the left is a dog. This is Petoy. I think it was made by Boston Dynamics. And the second one, that's a grade 8 student. When I was invited here, I told Giselle that we don't really have much in AI, so I had to try to do something. When I asked the teachers, what they did was to ask a grade 8 student to try some AI stuff. Okay, so our students are ready for that. Okay, so this is our website. This is our contact details. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Solis. And now to give a plaque of appreciation to Mr. Romeo Gabriel Solis for sharing his knowledge with us. I'd like to call on UP President Attorney Angelo Gigil Jimenez, Executive Vice President Pepe Alcantara, Professor Emeritus Dr. Giselle Concepcion, Dr. Prospero Naval Jr., and Dr. Peter C. Nakakataba po ng puso ang kanyang kwento because simple beginnings, actually, yun po ang where the seeds are planted when lives change, especially when education is concerned. So talaga po, the wonders of a child's mind, this is very much a gift for us. He also mentioned about events. They surround certain learnings around events. So very true po yun. Kasi in events, there always has to be an outcome. And because the experience is very multisensory, na-embed po talaga yung mga lessons more than just one sense working. So talaga pong educators are a gem. So that's, I think, a calling, a crusade also, an advocacy, a profession talaga po. Another po thing that struck us about that is the intergenerational cooperation. So as you can see po, marami pong kwentuhan po nangyayari, pero marami pong salamat. Marami pong salamat, Mr. Solis. Thank you to our presenters. We're now going to look at another word cloud. So thank you very much. So eto na po, ayan. As you can see, the words are moving because people are bringing in their thoughts. And as it comes in, again, the words that stand out with the bigger fonts are the most recurring themes. So in here, you'll see robots teaching children, transformative learning. Tingnan po natin. Oh, dominant pa rin po talaga yung dalawa. robots teaching children transformative learning, inspiring empowered learners, transformative learning, groundbreaking, inspiring po. Oh, maganda. Yan po. So thank you for sharing your thoughts. Marami pong salamat. Marami po tayong mga things to be thankful for this afternoon. And now, it is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Maria Mercedes Rodrigo. Dr. Rodrigo is a professor at Ateneo's Department of Information Systems and Computer Science and head of the Ateneo Laboratory for Learning Sciences. Her pioneering research focuses on AI in education, learning analytics, and educational games, with projects in virtual reality and medical education. A distinguished researcher in the 2021 Asia-Pacific Society for Computers in Education, she continues to shape the future of technology in learning. So today, Dr. Rodrigo will share her insights on the topic of AI in education, exploring the transformative potential of AI tools in shaping the future of teaching and learning. So it's now time for your expertise, Dr. Rodrigo, and as we usually say, take it away.
Hi, good afternoon. Secretary Angara, Mr. Alimurong, UP President Jimenez, Dr. Giselle Concepcion, Doc Pros Naval, old friend, and Dr. Peter C. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of this very, very interesting and I think pioneering event. All right, the work that I'm going to present today is work that my laboratory has done. As was mentioned earlier, I'm from the Ateneo Laboratory for the Learning Sciences, and my background is computer science, so the type of AI that I do is actually machine learning, creation of models, and I am deeply envious of the prior presenters who actually have hard artifacts that they can show to the world. What I will be able to show you are models, basically. Okay. There are two projects that we did, which I'm going to share with you today. These were done actually during the pandemic, which makes them, I think, very special to me. And the approach that we use is one of learning analytics, which is the application of machine learning to educational data. All right. The first project made use of something called the What If Hypothetical Implementations in Minecraft, or WIMSI. WIMSI is a set of Minecraft worlds. Show of hands lang, how many people play Minecraft? Oh, okay, so some people do. That's good. Okay, or your children do. If you or your children have played Minecraft, then you know that Minecraft is a sandbox type game. It's one of the most popular games in the world. It allows players, to create worlds, explore worlds, build, and with no specific objective. They can make their own goals. We had a set of researchers who were working on this project with us. Two of them were Christine Tablatin and Maricel Esclamado, were both PhD students who have since graduated already. And we were partnered with the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, specifically Dr. Chad Lane and Dr. Jeff Ginger. Now, cards on the table, WIMSI is really their brainchild. So we did not invent it. We just asked for permission to use it. And we were very fortunate because they actually flew to Manila in February 2020, despite the fact that Taal volcano was erupting and that we were on the cusp of the pandemic. They flew in and conducted a one-week workshop for us to teach us how to use WIMSI, to show a few educators who signed up how to use WIMSI. And it was that was the jump-off point for sort of the local team's wider dissemination, or at least efforts to more widely disseminate WIMSI. Now, what does I keep mentioning WIMSI, but I haven't actually told you what it does. I mentioned that it's a set of Minecraft worlds that simulate hypothetical versions of Earth. For example, what if Earth had no moon? How would the absence of a moon affect our plant life, our animal life, our geology, our geography, our tides, etc.? How would it affect us as human beings? How would it affect the type of housing that we would create? These are questions that the WIMSI team would ask, and they would try in consultation with NASA scientists. Okay, so they didn't just make up the answers. They actually did consult with scientists. In consultation with these scientists, they would build Minecraft-based representations of these worlds under these changed circumstances. So again, what if Earth had no moon? Or what if the sun were slightly colder? Or what if we had 2 moons instead of just 1 moon? How would that all affect life on Earth? And the idea is to take students on essentially like a virtual field trip so that they could make observations and try to deduce causal relationships between these changes in circumstances and the effects on life here. The challenge was to try to, the original objective of this research project, which was funded by the UST, was to try to bring this to public schools. Unfortunately, again, the project started in 2020, and so we really got hit by the first few months of the pandemic. We therefore ended up working with a private school in Mindanao and two private schools here in Manila. But it was a challenge because we had to train the teachers online. We had to train the students online. It was a true test of just how far we could take online learning. And then, of course, we had a technical team in place as well as a pedagogical support team in place to coach the teacher. We helped the teachers come up with lesson plans that integrated WIMSI in whatever it was they wanted to teach. So, for example, a teacher was really going to discuss what is the moon, which was perfect because they would describe what the moon is, how it is related to the Earth, how it affected the Earth, and then you could take the students on a counterfactual and say, oh, what if we had no moon? What would happen now? And then it would challenge the teachers to try to ask these provocative questions, and then it would challenge the students as well to try to respond. This is an example of what I think regular Earth would look like. And then after the nice thing about WIMSI is that it collects data. So it is an instrumented environment where every action of the student is recorded. Everything they type, every place they go, every non-player character, NPC they talk to, all of that is recorded, and we have that time-stamped, etc. And so this is where the modeling would come in. And I won't take you through all the actual code or anything like that. I'll just take you to the interesting findings, which hopefully will give you some idea of what kinds of insights we can derive from this type of analysis. So in general, using a tool like WIMSI increased STEM, and we had an instrument called the STEM Interest Questionnaire, which we gave as a pretest and a post-test, and we saw that students actually did become more interested in STEM just by sheer fact that they went through this experience of these virtual field trips and simulations. Now, the other thing we noticed was that emotions were quite important. high-performing students were quite resilient. Whether they were frustrated, whether they were bored, it didn't affect their interest in STEM. However, the same was not true for low performers. If a low-performing student was bored or frustrated, their interest in STEM was negatively affected. And again, this was interesting for us because there is literature that says as much. But it underscores the need to really focus on our low performing students. The high performing students seem to be able to find their way, but the low performing students are the ones who seem to need more scaffolding. And then we noticed also that students tended to play with whimsy even beyond the requirements of the teacher. The teacher would have a set lesson plan and a set time when the students were supposed to play with whimsy, but the server was up the whole time. I mean, it's up even now. So if you want to play with it, you actually can. We noticed that the students would continue playing well beyond the time given by the teachers, by the time required by the teachers. They would continue to converse with the NPCs. They would continue to go on the missions, and the missions were really tied to the learning task. They didn't have to do that, and yet they did, which was something, again, that we found very encouraging, because that means, for us, but for educators, the more exposure the students have to the subject matter, the greater the chances we have that they will learn or they will sort of assimilate it. And so this was interesting because that means that, okay, if we make the environment available for them to play with, they will continue to play with it as long as they're having fun. We also had an opportunity, because of our US collaborators, we were able to do some comparison between the Philippine performers and the US performers. And this was not good news, but again, we probably shouldn't be surprised. The PH performance was poorer than the US performance. The PH students tended to not give as many answers. They didn't make as many observations as the US performers. In fact, the low-performing students from the Philippines hardly made any observations at all. And yet, in the US population, even the low performers would be very verbose in their responses to the prompts within the system. Also, the US performers, their answers to questions and to prompts within the system would be very close, if not exactly the same as the canonical answer, because we had the canonical answers. And the Philippine students, parang the low performers oftentimes didn't bother. We also found out that when the teacher's task, the task that the teacher assigned the students was very open-ended, this was very challenging even for the high performers. So the high-performing students in the Philippines also have this feeling of lostness if the task is too open-ended. They did okay if the task was well-defined and the outputs were extremely clear. But if you gave an open-ended task, they did less well. So this is an example of one of the analyses that we did. So we tried to see, this was just a little computational geometry for those of you who love CompGeom. So we tried to track where students would go, and then we got the convex hull of this later on, which I didn't include here anymore. But anyway, just to show you, the green is where the high-performing students explored within the first 10 minutes, and the red is where the low-performing students explored. So you can see that the low-performing students tended to go around a lot. They covered a lot of ground, but the high-performing students tended to stay concentrated in the areas, and these happened to be the areas where the missions were accomplished. So the high-performing students, it implies that the high-performing students tended to be focused on the task. The low-performing students just sort of went around. All right. The conclusion here is that there is potential for the use of highly interactive educational games to engage learners and boost their interest in STEM. We need to scaffold our low performers, and we need data collection instruments in our environment so that we can track things like this and we can analyze performance. All right, the next thing that I wanted to share was a study that we did. This is not a typographical error. It really is causal impact nakadikit. We wanted to find out how student participation during the pandemic was affected by typhoons Goni and Vamco. And those of you who remember, actually this is sort of the perfect presentation for a day like this. If you remember the good old days of COVID, we were hit by several typhoons from October to November 2020, and the two of the most devastating ones were Goni and Vamco. I mean, people died and we lost electricity, etc. Okay, and we wanted to find out whether student participation was able to return to pre-typhoon levels, or did the typhoons actually dampen participation? And we used a time series analysis method called causal impact. Essentially, okay, so some people were asking me, well, why don't you just do a t-test before and after? Well, because we want, the thing that causal impact does is it models the expected response of the system based on prior data. So everything before by the way, this is not our real data. I just drew this. So don't think that this is our real data, please. Everything before the orange line is the normal data. So the pre-intervention data. Causal impact builds a model using the pre-intervention data and then tries to predict. So the dotted line is the prediction. What would have happened to the system if the intervention never occurred? And then it computes for the difference between the actual data and the prediction of the model, tries to compute whether the counterfactual is, if the difference between the actual and the counterfactual is significantly different. And this is how the real data looks like, but again, it's just squiggly lines, so let's not do that. Let me just point out one thing, that you'll see that the bottom graph shows that participation actually really did decline because after the typhoons. The blank in the middle is when the typhoons hit. We find from this that participation in general decreased as a whole. However, and this is where the student mentality, their participation in graded activities specifically did not. It remained as predicted. Students continued to comply with their academic requirements because they were graded, but they ignored everything that wasn't graded. Once again, is that different from normal? But anyway, okay. All right, so the conclusion here is a couple of things. One was the Pygmalion effect of teacher expectations. It seems like if we continue to demand a lot of our students, then they will rise to the occasion. And but the other reflection here is what's called the Matthew effect, which refers to cumulative advantage. Those who have quite a lot already will continue to do well. Those who are disadvantaged will be further disadvantaged. So those who are who are in socially and economically favorable conditions, such as the population that we looked at, are actually more robust in the face of these types of shocks. But those who are more marginalized will actually suffer much more and will have a hard time catching up. So they are further disadvantaged, and it's harder to make up for lost time. I'm sorry to put it this way. We really took advantage of the fact that we had LMS data from the pandemic. We probably couldn't have done this study any other time because we wouldn't have had the level of data that we did. And that's my last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rodrigo. And now we'd like to request our presenters again for a plaque of appreciation. UP President Attorney Angelo Gigil Jimenez, Executive Vice President Pepe Alcantara, Professor Emeritus Dr. Giselle Concepcion, Dr. Prospero Naval Jr., and Dr. Peter C. Thank you very much, Dr. Rodrigo. Thank you very much to our presenters. And now, another look at the word cloud. So, can we see it please on the screen? We're seeing 3 with big fonts: game-based learning, education's a game, AI literacy. And let's see, is there any, oh, there's a new one. Imagination is the limit. Game-based learning, thinking out of the box. And I'm now seeing learner-centered again and ethical-based. Okay, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts again. Okay, finally, capping our case study presentations for the afternoon is Dr. May Lim. Dr. Lim is a professor at the National Institute of Physics in UP Diliman, where she serves as Deputy Director for Research and Extension and heads the Complex Systems team of the Instrumentation Physics Lab. She obtained her PhD in physics from UP Diliman and had her postdoctoral stint at the New England Complex Systems Institute with a joint appointment at Brandeis University. Dr. Lim received the NAST Outstanding Young Scientist Award in 2014 and at the National Research Council of the Philippines Achievement Award in Physics in 2016. And today, she will discuss something close to our hearts: AI in traffic and road systems, highlighting just how AI can play a role in these systems, in this systemic national issue. Now, taking us on a journey, Dr. Lim, the floor is all yours.
So first I want to thank the organizers for asking me here. When Pros was actually discussing this, he said, "Can you avoid equations?" And I said, "Okay." Immediately went back to my slides. So there's a request for me to remove my mask. So. Okay. So I removed the equations, but intentionally left all the figures. So let's go through this. This seems to be everyone's favorite topic, traffic. And so let's see. First, all the work presented here are done in collaboration with my team at NIP. Through the years, they've changed. I haven't really changed that much. And recently, this is our latest picture. Funding was provided by first DOST and AST, the parts I'm showing in this work, which is the first step that allowed me to collect, data using small sensors. And then Ched Picari came through. And this part actually allowed us 2 things. One is to engage in collaborative work, which is related to governance. And it's the one where I actually did interact with people from NCPAG, the National College for Public Administration and Governance. And they're the experts in talking to government and say, realize what is your weakness. This is my weakness. It's their strength. So my main collaborator there is Dr. Tiglao. And they're the one who, talk these things through with Pasig City, as well as with General Santos City. And so the figures, the computation, we're heavily involved in that, creating the sensors, sure, discussing how it should work. There's simply a huge amount of information one needs to know before getting into these things as well. Throughout this talk, maybe later on we can discuss things further. As well as the Ched Picari project actually allowed us to also build our computational platform. We called it a reconfigurable cluster. Essentially, it allowed us to remove things, add things. Into the cluster, it runs 24/7, 365. It so happened during the pandemic, it's critical in how we were able to work. Everyone was doing remote. We were happy to do so. We've created open source toolkits for traffic modeling here, built upon OpenStreetMap, OSMNX, and the open traffic models that was actually done in collaboration with, the open traffic models was done in Berkeley. We created a Python shim for it. And we've used it, for example, to create something like this, where we compute the usual stuff when you think of traffic, static routing algorithms, similar to what Waze would give you. But that's not actually the, and actually we even tried to do, educational engagements. We talked with DOTR, gave actually a seminar on what's good data versus bad data. It was entitled, is this data set, good data versus bad data, is this data set useful? It was a mini workshop on transport data exploration and visualization using Python. And we had it at the DOTR office. They provided a venue. We went there to essentially teach. But today, I want to try to, entice you with this question. Why do we want to solve the traffic problem? And actually, the best answer is something I found, just the other day. Mayor Joy, who isn't here, actually mentioned it. It's because we want a livable city. So I actually want to pause here a bit because this is not the preaching to the choir stuff. Because it says we have to disincentivize people from bringing their cars into the city. And it's like, quiet in the room. Everyone probably here came in a car. So, but let me start here. This is actually one of the places I usually, go to. This is the backyard of NIP. You say, a picture can launch 1,000 questions. So I'm actually going to start with a few. Okay? This is the view from the footbridge, pedestrian footbridge, along Katipunan. There's a classic question. Okay? When you say, let's talk about traffic, if you talk about this with MMDA, they'll start asking you, how fast can we move? And so we've done this stuff. We did things like, let's extract trip statistics from both active vehicle location or GPS tracks, at the same time as trying to use passive RFID detection. Because why do you want passive RFID detection? It's the kind of stuff you want to put, your RFID sticker, for example, is something that's easily, scattered all over. You can put it on tricycles or any form of vehicle, pwede kang sa kariton, okay? And all you need is to start distributing transceivers to figure out what are the things that pass through a certain area, okay? And so the idea, therefore, is what movement can we extrapolate from such RFID detection data? This time it was done in 4 detectors deployed in General Santos City. So things like dwell time. How long is the tag within a certain range? So for example, are the tricycles waiting? Or sometimes in some of the cases we found, the issue was some guy was parked there and his RFID tag was actually getting triggered. And things like average speed, the total distance over time. So things like average speed, within the time period, and then you can compare it with GPS tracks and see how does it look like if you look at just the average versus what it looks like if you have active tracking all the time and therefore you can get instantaneous speed. And you will see here, so there are actually 2 different things, because the one is solely for Jeeps, and you can actually see where you could possibly have bottlenecks, where there are a lot of Jeeps stopped for prolonged periods. And so you can start also understanding where are the key stops. If you want to start putting actual stops, where should they be? But let's move on and say, okay, let me ask another question from this photo. And one of the things is, when do U-turns stop working? Okay. And U-turns is actually one of the first things that when I got back from my postdoc is the first thing that I did, because we were on, the lab was on the 4th floor of NIP, and we could actually see a U-turn slot. And so it's like, okay, look here, there's a U-turn slot. Look that way, that's a straight line. And so it's like, okay, we have a control, we have a U-turn, let's run this. But later on, so that kept going, but later on, it's like, the next question was, why is it always, the traffic is jammed near UP Town Center? And that triggered the question, wait, that's a paired U-turn. And it's always a perennial question, is where should they put the U-turn slot? Where should the next one be? And say, let's close that, open the one in Miriam and all that. And say, well, look at it this way. Paired U-turns, whatever you do, simply lengthens the space for queuing. It's going to stop working when you reach that queue length, and it's going to lock up. And when you do, you have this humongous traffic jam, and you say, okay, I'm here forever. And so this would suddenly happen. The moment you lock it up, you're gonna have, to unclog it, and you're gonna get road rage there. So now we're getting a sense that traffic volume is crucial. And MMDA keeps saying this, mataas po yung traffic volume. And it is actually true. This is the fundamental diagram of traffic. On the x-axis, you can actually see road density, where essentially what that means is, as you increase it, more cars are being fitted in the same road space. And on the y-axis is the throughput, or what gets through. So on the side where you get this line, you get free flow. So more cars in, more would go out. But at some point, they start interacting, and you actually have this drop. And that's where you start feeling, hey, it's getting congested. And that's when, and it just keeps going down with increasing traffic volume. So essentially, the answer is, if you want to solve traffic, you really need to decrease this density. There's no going around it. And here I can actually discuss, the various phases, the things you feel, what does it look like when you have free flow, when you have your congested stop-and-go traffic, or sometimes when you see platooning, wherein you get jammed, unjammed, and then keep going. From the perspective of someone on the vehicle, this looks like free flow. You get the travel at the maximum speed, and then as it gets congested, and it starts just dropping down. And I always tell my students, this is actually something you know quite well. This is the difference between leaving your home at 6:30 a.m. versus leaving it at 6:35 a.m. and then suddenly you're totally late, not just by 5 minutes, but by 30 minutes. So again, the only real solution is to lower the number of vehicles. And that means to move the same number of people, you need more mass transit. But then how do you induce transport mode change? And so here, what comes in is, what is it actually like when you ride a bus? And in this particular instance, we have a Pasig City bus, where GPS tracks were obtained that had both location and speed. Option one is I can draw this map where you can see where the speed is low in red, where the speed is relatively higher in green. But I can also give you another option. How does it feel? And pace is what it feels like. The typical walking pace is around 12 minutes per kilometer. And so if I start plotting how often you feel a certain pace, you're going to see that if I mark where the 12-kilometer line is, you'll see that there's actually places where you really do feel like we're stuck here. And so you have to answer, can we do better on that instance? And now let's look at other things that's happening on the road. So, for example, we know waiting and walking have distinctly different purpose and speed signatures. And sometimes you must ask, how much space should you allot for either or both? Here, what we've done is use CCTV video feeds and applied machine learning, actually OpenVINO, to identify pedestrian tracks. So essentially you find all the persons in this video, track it to the next line, track the next line. And so you're tracking how people move. And when you do so, you can actually plot what's the relative acceleration versus relative velocity for each of those tracks. And you would have a sense, if you show the histogram of all that, what do places look like? So for example, what does the corner of EDSA and Aurora would look like? Versus what does it look like for the corner of Katipunan and CP Garcia, or for this matter, this looks like Quezon City Hall. So waiting is at the lower left corner at 0, 0, and it's a nice walk when you can actually have 0 acceleration and a constant speed. Any other change in acceleration means you're actually getting pissed off because you keep moving around and stopping and going. But moving forward, we actually would want to avoid using CCTV feeds because there's some privacy issues with that. And you kind of want to do edge inference. That is, you want privacy-respecting algorithms. Data processing is done immediately at the detection level, and every other detail that would de-anonymize the system would be thrown out. And that's actually what you want to do. You want to detect, process, and send only minimal info. And then there's still open questions, to what extent do Philippine sidewalk designs disable walking? And in fact, how should they be designed? And this is actually beyond my expertise, but it's something you can observe from the photo. So let's look at something we can't even see in the photo. What about the commuter experience? What about that guy in there? So we can actually describe the end-to-end commuting experience if we use something like your cell phone, in fact, and a separate device to do the measurement, where you can turn acceleration, temperature, and relative humidity data into a comfort index score. So in this particular instance, on the top row, you see the raw data. But if we do some combination of these variables, we can create an index, and we can set a level where say, okay, you go below that index, I am uncomfortable. And this is something you can see, right? When you go into an air-conditioned area, you go out, you go walk, you would see things like, what's happening there? Do you have a poor walking surface? Do you frequently avoid obstacles? Or is it just really hot and humid? So these are the things that one would know. And one could, at the same time, figure out what's happening there and correlate how things are. So using wearable sensors actually also get you a personalized view of walking. So here, for example, again, favorite backyard, UP Town Center and NIP, the task is simple, just cross the road. And you say, yes, that's simple, but there's no crossroad there. You have to cross using the pedestrian walkway. And so we can actually track both the distance. The distance you could just use Google Street Map. But then we can also check what does the temperature and relative humidity give you, and in turn you could get the heat index. And it's like coming out from the mall at 3:23 and walking to my office. I get there in 3:36, so 13 minutes just to cross the street essentially. And I actually reach a point where the heat index says danger. And so it's like, you are not making it comfortable for me. You are disincentivizing walking. And that's a problem, because if you disincentivize walking, you're incentivizing another mode of transport, most likely driving a car or getting a Grab. And so the bottom line is we can describe situations through measurements. As an aside, making data-driven models actually has its own set of challenges. You can have data that's not available, not machine-readable. Things like maps are in PDF format, routes as shapes rather than actual routes, or not useful. You have tons of data, but it's obfuscated, so it's not usable. In other words, when you have data, you should ask, is it fair? Is it findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable? So, okay, here's the part where it gets a bit tricky. And it's the part where there's actually you realize there's a lot of open research avenues, because it's not really just about political will. It's about motives and incentives, or disincentives for that matter. So for example, I asked, do we actually incentivize car use? And again, from our backyard. So the plan was to widen the street, okay? And this was a quote, an exact quote. Villar said that the 720 linear meters road project will help alleviate perennial traffic problem in the area, especially during rush hour. Except it had a major pitfall. It's going to, one, create induced demand. If you build it, they will come. But there was a more important unintended consequence. It kind of disincentivized walking because the way it was constructed. So here on the left in 2017, you can actually see the actual sidewalk at our corner. And in 2022, after that was done, it was extremely narrowed down. And says, it signals you are not the priority. And exactly, but how did it happen? So again, it was a question of motives. So a motivation was actually expand the road. And so when they started building it, it's like, okay, how it happened. So here on the left is how it started happening. It's like, hey, the sidewalk's gonna be widened. And on the bottom, it's actually just another view. And you start seeing, oh wait, what's that small thing that they're trying to build there? And so as they finish, you realize, they actually didn't build a wide sidewalk. That was the road. And the eventual sidewalk was really that small piece that was remaining because they had to put up the wall, the road, and it's like C equals B minus A. And so that was on the bottom right what you had left. So just when you thought things were getting better, it was a matter of priorities. So here, one more thing. It's like, okay, you should wish for wide and flat sidewalks. But actually, it's not exactly true. You should actually ask for safe ones. So things like the ones that are not slippery at all times, not where you fear you're going to get bitten or you have to go uphill like the footbridge. But here's the thing. So all these things, there's a good news behind. There's a silver lining. If we know that there's a problem, it means we can look for ways to measure them and find them. So again, there are many open research areas that actually require a lot of interdisciplinary work, from motivations, incentives, disincentives, institutions, institutional memory that would make these things happen, the design and unintended consequences, and a bunch of other things. So, but in the end, we just have to remember, we have to keep asking the right questions. We can measure the effectiveness of proposed solutions, and we need to have a livable city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Lim, please remain on stage. And now I'd like to call on our presenters, UP President Attorney Angelo Gigil Jimenez, Executive Vice President Pepe Alcantara, Professor Emeritus Dr. Giselle Concepcion, Dr. Prospero Naval Jr., and Dr. Peter C. Please join us on stage. Thank you very much to our presenters. Dr. Lim, please remain on stage. Okay, we're now going to proceed to our panel discussion. So thank you very much to our presenters. Dr. Lim, please stay on stage. Tuloy na po tayo sa panel natin. Okay, so as we explore the integration of artificial intelligence in educational settings, we'll examine just how these technologies can enhance personalized learnings, improve student engagement, and streamline administrative processes, among other things. I'd like to request Dr. Giovanni Tapang to join us on stage. Mr. Romeo Gabriel Solis, and of course Dr. May Lim, and our conference chair would join us here on stage. And our moderator for this panel is going to be Dr. Maria Mercedes Rodrigo. Right now, the floor is for Dr. Rodrigo.
Thank you. Thank you to all of our speakers for their questions. I was taking notes as I was listening to you because there were so many questions that were running through my head. But I also know that we have limited time. So I'm just going to throw a question to the group, and then maybe may I ask your own perspectives. Okay, now the challenge is to choose the question because there are so many. Okay, let me steal from Sam Altman. And he asked a question recently about social contract. Okay, what is the social contract? He was speaking in the context of big tech and AI and the rest of us. Like, what is the social contract between the big tech companies and the consuming public? So all of you spoke of your individual and institutional contributions to governance, to livable cities, to education, and so on. Could you say something about what you think the social contract is between yourself, your institutions, and the public that you're serving?
It's easy for me because we really create advisor to address the gap of the lack of laboratories in. But it's not that easy in the sense that that's really not just the job of one individual. We have to convince schools, we have to convince the DepEd, you have to convince LGUs. It's not, the teachers are already convinced. They know that they need it. The students are just waiting. And therefore, it's not just a simple thing that we want to provide the tech for education, but it's also convincing all the whole hierarchy of people who decide in education that we need something like this to make education or any other topic that we discussed here usable. It's not really just AI. It's just bringing in tech or bringing innovative solutions. It doesn't even have to be tech. But it's not an easy thing to do because, again, it's not just UP, it's everybody's job to address all of these problems.
Yeah, actually, when we gathered together to form a group so that we could have a data science initially and an artificial intelligence program, my feeling was, do I really need this? Do I really need to get involved? And of course, at the time, people were very busy doing their research, and we had to basically convince ourselves that there's really a need for such a program. But 4 years after we conceptualized this, it's very clear for all of us that we did the right thing. That if I said yes, no, and then some of us said no, then we won't have a PhD or Master of Science in Master of Engineering in Artificial Intelligence, maybe data science. But then later on, we realized that this is something important. And it's very clear now. So it was in 2022 when ChatGPT came out. And from then on, it was like what we call a Sputnik moment. Sputnik moment. We realized that we have to do something. It's like the US realizing that they have to embark on a serious space program because of the Soviet Union. So now we really have to do this, and this conference actually the start of this whole endeavor of creating a society that is based on artificial intelligence, taking advantage, harnessing AI to improve our human condition. Yeah, so that's our social contract.
So I'm a physicist by my background, and so the things we do is actually we can measure, we can try to describe as much as we can, model the real world. And I'm also part of UP, the national university, which has a mandate for to actually fulfill its mandate for social good. And so it just so happens that traffic is one of those really interesting problems that happens to be in the Philippines. And so in terms, and we're actually seeing the effects of not solving it. And so there is that, okay, things are falling into place, might as well fulfill this social contract.
For me, education is very important, especially for the young children. I think that each one of us can or should do what he can to help in education. Regarding, if I may just speak about AI, I don't think there's any mistake in going into it. But maybe what I can just say is that, are there other things that we should be starting to do now? For all you know, it might have been better if we started this a little earlier. There may be things that we should try in our foresight activities to find out. We should start thinking about that at this time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Dr. Solis, because that actually leads me to my next question. It dovetails quite nicely into one of the other things. when we speak of AI, and you know you read the news and so on, there's a lot of use of the word leapfrogging. That AI is something that can leapfrog us, propel us ahead. Do you think that it is? Does the panel think that such a leapfrogging can happen, or do you think that there are intervening steps before we can, necessary steps that we have to go through before we can get to the desired state of things? I sometimes wonder, is it really true that we can skip ahead, or are the intervening steps part of the development and maturation process that's necessary for us to have more livable cities, to have better education, and so on, greater achievement, student achievement?
Maybe I can start. So for me, AI is just another tool that allows you to accelerate things. It allows you to organize data faster. In fact, part of it is part and parcel. When you talk about AI, you actually talk about machine learning as well. It still boils down to, are you asking the right questions? Because if you are asking the wrong questions, no amount of AI would solve things for you. And so it just makes things a bit faster, but it doesn't mean it's gonna leapfrog if your framework is in the wrong place as well.
Talking about leapfrogging. So if you look at the important technologies, the important revolutions, say the internet revolution, you have your electronics revolution. So these major changes in technology actually required extensive resources, money. Without money, you cannot make a semiconductor that's very expensive. No? Even if you have the expertise, even if you have graduates from the top universities, put them together, if you don't have equipment, you cannot do anything. You could hardly do anything. But with AI, the only requirement is of course, your good AI training and some computational resources. So we also saw earlier this morning during the talk of Dr. De Dios that we can really do a lot even with simple resources. No? So simple computers, you don't need those advanced GPUs. Nowadays, of course, there's that tendency to make use of, to go big because we have big data. But then we can do simple AI. We can already solve some of the basic problems that we have, even without these expensive supercomputers in AI. So I think that's an equalizer for all of us. And also, I was speaking with Attorney Gigil, and he was saying that we only have 30 years. And during this 30 years of advantage, we have to educate our young minds so that they can do something, so that the country can become rich. Because as he mentioned, one of the talks, one of the interviews, that some countries they're already old, and in a few years they will become older before they become rich, or they probably will never become rich. But in our case, we have 30 years to do things. So I think this is the golden opportunity because we have a huge population base and we have very creative people. So let's take advantage of this to really propel our country to greater heights using artificial intelligence.
I have to give a bit of a bubble buster there. But because just to use the analogy, to leapfrog means you're starting from something and you know where you're jumping to. That is actually what is lacking in the country. We don't really have a direction where we want to go. Even if we have tools like AI, We don't have a clear industrial policy. And therefore, where do we want to go? And even if we do have, and leapfrogging would also presuppose that you have a base capacity, human resources, computational resources, etc., to do that leapfrog. And Dr. Posadas actually was advocating this in the 1980s. And he clarified there that to do that leapfrog, you really have to know where you're starting and where you're jumping to. Or else, you will be jumping to something that's probably makakapusing ka or baka sumobra ka. Dapat maliwanag kung saan yung direction. That's proud, but I do agree that it's these things that we can do, simple electronics, AI, things are not that as hard as it was 20 years ago. So it's easy right now and accessible. And I guess that would enable a lot of other things. But we have to be realistic where we're starting and where do we want to go.
Okay, I've been signaled that we have to go to the Q&A, but Dr. Solis, did you want to
Just
in?
one thing. I've noticed that they were really looking for an industrial policy. They want to look for the areas where we should focus our resources. And a lot of time is always spent on selection. It may be better. It's better if someone dictates what area and we put determination to succeed in that area. So we may lack in determination.
Now we have time for one online question, so which our panel will also be asked to answer. So we have this one. Can we have SUC serve the information requirements of LGUs on agriculture and aquaculture for policy making so that LGUs do not have to acquire equipment?
Maybe I can, for example, the UP has the UP Data Commons. That could be leveraged by LGUs with proper coordination, of course. We can start with those things. But for example, the QC government is actually working with the UP Data Commons to host some of their data, and that's a start. But of course, we need to replicate it with more LGUs, and LGUs have to be as open as QC to their data and other, not just data, but other UP intellectual capacity as well.
All right. So we have time for one question from the floor. So if you do have a question, if a mic could please be handed, or if you may want to wait. Someone's going to give you the mic, ma'am.
I'm Cora Claudio. I am an engineer economist, and I can relate to most of you because in UP, I taught at the College of Engineering. At Ateneo, I taught in the MBA for senior executives and professionals. So I just sit in boards now, and I'm addressing crisis issues in our country, which are many. So it keeps me very busy. Number one is I'd like to invite the presenters who presented to us some gadgets that you have developed, robotics to what instruments. We can help you because my family is in the retail business, and we're number one in Asia now. We can provide help for you to bring this out to the global market. And then also, if you can kindly help us produce one model of each one that we can include in the Science Centrum. I sit in the board of the Philippine Foundation for Science and Technology, and we were the first to introduce the Science Centrum here, and we have interactive exhibits there and mobile that go around the country. Our chair now is former DOST Secretary Boy de la Peña. I have been serving it as trustee for ages, but one thing also that I'd like to recommend is that although we have already very well-funded agriculture, aquaculture, and other such courses in SUCs, we do not have enough students. Why? We have to relate what we are presenting, including AI, to what they can potentially earn when they graduate. So what I do, because I just came from Sulu, I go around and we lend the interactive exhibits to different cities. I do what do you call this, surveys, no? Quick surveys to ask the students, because we get thousands of students going to our exhibits. We lend this, no? What do you want to take up when you graduate? 60%, believe it or not, want to take up cream. Do you know what that is? Criminology. Okay? What is that? Sorry. Criminology. Because they want to become policemen, because their parents are farmers and fisher folks and they're still poor, but police people, they earn well. Okay? So that's, that is a big issue that we have to address. So we have to make it fun for them to learn. And so we have interactive exhibits that do that. We have, for example, on STEM on the go. We have chemistry in a box. And then the robot that was presented, if you can help us produce even one model so that we can introduce this to our youth and the teachers. Like when we went to Sulu, we presented the exhibits, about mga 30 of them, and then we did a teacher training, and then we introduced the chemistry in a box, which was done by one balik scientist that helps the foundation. So that one. The other thing is that there is something wrong in the way we assign teachers. Those of you who are in the academe, including UP. As I said, I was in the faculty of UP College of Engineering before, and it was my dream that my son, my only son, Toby, who is now president of Toby's Sports, would be an engineer like me. And he is a very, according to Stanford, when I was taking my PhD and he was in the elementary school, he is a gifted child. So when he entered UP, he got an oblation scholarship. He could have taken medicine for free. But you know, UP at the time, according to Fred, who became president, Fred Pascual, you have changed it. And I hope you have really done it. And all the schools here have corrected this. He had a physics teacher, first year, who was very new, new graduate, doesn't even have a background in teaching, who gave everybody 2. So he lost his scholarship and he just got discouraged, who shifted to Business Eco. So fortunately, he's doing very well. Otherwise, I told Fred, I will haunt you for the rest of your life. Stanford puts all the best professors in the first 2 years. So my Economics 101 professor was Kenneth Arrow, Nobel laureate. My teacher in linear programming was George Danzig, the one who developed it. So I think we should do that. Please look at the way you assign your professors. So I have already several suggestions. Another one is that I think we have to focus on what industry we can help develop that we can excel in. I think one of our most important qualities as a people is our creativity. Sometimes, of course, we do not use it properly because we are creative even in changing laws, but creativity is a very important quality of Filipinos. So we have already the still young creative industry. And that is my interest. No? If you have, Professor, a course on it, even if I have already many degrees, I will be happy to take that course for AI. How do you use AI to move forward our creative industry? What are those? Visual, we have painting. I do painting photography, and I am now doing paintography to do both on one canvas, no, painting and a photograph. And then we have musical. We are very good in this, and let's focus on that because we already have the natural capital, the human capital, right? Okay, so then I think we have to work together to ask our government to have more research funding. The reason why we are not doing well is our research and development funding is very small, right? Really, so we have to do that. And then there is a new law that, because we get involved in developing laws, we help Senator Loren to draft the bill for what is now a law, newly approved, that I hope, I don't know if the Quezon City guys here, we need a model to implement this. Philippine Ecosystem and Natural Capital Accounting System. So we have to really do an inventory everywhere of our natural capital. And there is much AI applications there because this is a lot of statistics, and instead of using technology transfer, which we have been doing, like now in the field of energy, we want to buy nuclear power plants, what they call SMRs, which I think is a wrong title because it should be called more SNRs because being modular does not have any significance there. But nuclear, we have to remind ourselves that that is nuclear. We cannot excel in that. We don't have anything going on for that for us. But we have solar, we have wind, we have marine, and I think we have to do more technology transformation because we have already a good pool of scientists and engineers, and we can collaborate at the level of knowledge, right? And we do that here so that we don't export our human power, our human capital outside.
Marami pong salamat po for all your wonderful suggestions. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank our panel. Marami pong salamat for sharing all the expertise and experience you've had all these years. So now po, where are we going? We have had quite a very good day, but it's not enough just to say it was a good day. So right now, I'd like to call on our Professor Emeritus, Professor Dr. Giselle Concepcion, to wrap up today and tell us what was so great. What are the top three takeaways we can have before we go home? So, Dr. Giselle.
So it's great to see everyone here, still with us. Thank you so much to our speakers and our discussants. I'm just going to be short. This is succinct. And it's a very, very general synthesis of session 1, AI in food security, agriculture, livestock, and fisheries. And I think we were moved by all the speakers in session 1 who have dedicated their lives to research and stepped up the quality of the research to include AI. So from reinvigorating agriculture, directing livestock vaccine and drug design, automated agricultural machinery, to path precision technology drones, AI-driven solutions are revolutionizing traditional farming techniques into cutting-edge modern practices. In fisheries and aquaculture, AI has contributed to a more efficient fish stock monitoring and aquaculture automation. Through AI, food systems have become more sustainable and more intelligent, a necessary tool to combat the challenges in environmental conservation and global food security. AI-driven developments are impactful in the agricultural and archipelagic Philippines and our homegrown experts take the lead in realizing this potential. Let's move on to session 2, AI in education and governance. How is AI changing the landscape of education? As we continue to mold the 21st century learners, we harness the promise of AI. COVID-19 pandemic is a testament of how AI-powered platforms helped facilitate remote learning and allowed learners to customize the way they learn. From education to governance, AI is undeniably offering limitless opportunities. From science and research to understanding complex problems like traffic, AI has helped the Philippine government improve public services and decision-making strategies. From e-governance to automation of public services to AI-driven advancements integrated into healthcare. AI is bridging the gap so that these sectors can propel forward in maximizing the endless possibilities AI has to offer. So we thank our documenters for their work that contributed to the synthesis of our 2 sessions. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Giselle. And now, for our closing remarks, I'd like to call on stage UP Systems Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Leo Cobillan.
Thank you. Magandang hapon sa lahat. I'd like to acknowledge Honorable Sani Angara, Dr. Prospero Naval Jr., Dean Giovanni Tapang, Professor Romeo Gabriel Solis, Professor Maria Rodrigo, and Professor May Lim. Before we close day 1 of the AI Horizons PH 2024 conference, we would like to extend our deepest thanks to everyone who contributed to making this event a success. The organizing team, our insightful speakers, and all participants, both in person and online. I believe we have 2,000 registrants here. Your engagement has enriched today's discussions, making this conversation on AI future in the Philippines truly impactful. As we close day 1, we are reminded of the transformative power of innovation research and adaptability in shaping our future. If you recall the 2024, just recently, Nobel Prize in Physics, it was awarded to John Hopfield and Geoffrey Hinton. This award highlights the growing importance of interdisciplinary collaboration, where fields like, in this case, physics, neuroscience, and computer science converge to solve some of the world's most pressing challenges. Their work has laid the foundation for AI technologies that are already revolutionizing industries worldwide. In today's case studies, the whole day, we had the AI-guided livestock vaccine development, the fish eye system for fisheries biodiversity to automated agriculture machinery and precision drone technology. I think that's the one on display when I came in here, demonstrate the incredible potential of this technology in addressing the Philippines' most urgent needs. It was presented like program like SARAI, S-A-R-A-I, are rethinking agriculture, while AI is reshaping education to create the future problem solvers. These innovations, whether it be in traffic management or child development, offer real solutions to the challenges faced by the rural and underserved communities. So this will potentially drive the growth of our country. although it's worldwide, but in a way, the most that will benefit would be those that have marginalized economies. But as we have seen, AI is not just about technology. It is about the people behind it. The theme of this conference, fostering collaboration across academia, government, and industry, reminds us that no single entity can unlock the full potential of this technology. It takes collective effort, shared knowledge, and cross-sector partnership to truly transform society. AI is often called the new electricity. You've heard that, no? It's the new electricity because of its ability to disrupt how we actually live and work. However, its true power lies in how we use it, not as a replacement for human intelligence, but as an augmentation of it. So in this context, maybe we can say that AI may not really be just it's artificial intelligence, but it could be an augmented intelligence for these purposes, enabling us to be more creative, productive, and innovative. Augmented intelligence can actually narrow the performance gaps, break down barriers, whether it will be linguistic, educational, or experiential, and empower those traditionally left behind, like as I mentioned earlier, especially in emerging economies in the Philippines. So in a way, it will, even if we have our GIDA areas, even those in Metro Manila, if we apply the technology to them, then they could benefit it more. So it will be, we could equalize the services across the different areas. For those uncertain about adopting AI, let's remember how education has adapted to new technologies. Initially resisted, calculators later became essential tools in classrooms. So AI is no different. It can revolutionize education, fostering creativity and critical thinking. And this reminds me that I visited a lab where an AI-driven chemist robot achieved in 2 months what would have taken human researchers several hundreds of years. I think they said 2,000 years. They synthesized a catalyst for oxygen production for Mars. So they looked at the available chemicals or in Mars and tried to recreate. And they were able to do it in 2 months. So this shows AI incredible potential to accelerate scientific discovery. At its core, AI is a tool for progress, enhancing human capacity, not replacing it. Today, we've seen how AI in education can empower both students and teachers, creating new opportunities for learning. In health, which we'll discuss tomorrow, and agriculture, AI has the power to close gaps. And we have many AI applications here, in PGH, for example. And as I mentioned earlier, it's really important between the urban and rural areas, it will narrow the gap, and between those with access to resources and those without. This impact is not just technological change, it is societal transformation. To harness AI's full potential, institutions must develop their own tools and frameworks. Universities as hubs of innovation have critical role to play. Institutions like University of Michigan and University of California, Irvine have developed their own AI models to address privacy and intellectual property concerns. The University of the Philippines is poised to follow suit. I think Professor Naval is also already working on that, ensuring responsible and trustful AI solutions tailored to local challenges. This is really essentially how you put a sandbox into an LLM model. So we can put a UP data on it and harness what we have without giving out the information to the rest of the world. Although there are published materials that we share, but there are some items that are within. At the same time, government policy must align with global best practices. Singapore's AI governance framework, which emphasizes transparency, fairness, and human-centric solutions, offer a strong model. While the Philippines has adopted the ASEAN Guide on AI Governance and Ethics, much more should be done. A comprehensive national policy should address ethical AI use across all sectors, with universities playing a key role in shaping these frameworks. As we move forward, let's remember that innovation requires both boldness and responsibility. AI holds great promise, but it is up to us to guide its use for the greater good. Each of us, students, researchers, policymakers, and industry leaders, has a role to play in shaping the future of AI in the Philippines. Let's leave here today inspired to continue these discussions, build new partnership, and push the boundaries of what AI can achieve, not just for the sake of technology, but for the betterment of society. Together, we can turn these ideas into actions and make meaningful impact on the Philippines' growth. As we always try to target, we want Philippines to be one of the top economies by 2050. Thank you, and see you tomorrow for the day 2 of the conference.
Thank you, Dr. Leo. Thank you very much. By the way, there are more than 500 participants online. So aside from us here, we have people watching us online. And so, what was our day today? Eto na po, visually, here's a video on Day 1, AI Horizons.
I am thrilled to welcome our conference attendees in the very first AI Horizons PH 2024 in person at the UP BGC campus and online.
Indeed, it is an auspicious occasion to hear out one another on the great powers of AI to transform our lives for the better, as individuals, as communities, and as a nation.
Our AI principles, there are 10, but let me just focus on several key principles, which is transparency, accountability, safety, and most importantly, meaningful human control. We want to leverage AI. It is not something that we have a choice to adapt to it or not. It is transforming us already today. Our children will live a different life than the life we are living today. And so this is how I view this particular activity today. It is not future-proofing the university or the country. It is future creating.
educating 25 million learners throughout 17 regions. The data scientists in the room could project the rate of change there. The present of lesson plans and paper modules would have to stay for now, but we must keep an eye on the future. For us, we have that perspective. We think that differently means or must involve technologically.
In Quezon City, today we are happy to say we actually do have the data. 5 years ago when it started, everybody wanted to propose AI systems, and our response was, well, I would love to AI, but I have no data to AI with. We now have 25 online platforms servicing 145 different online services, covering a wide range of needs and transactions from business to social services, among others. So we hope this integrates in the entire city government by 2025.
Each of us has a role to play in shaping the future. AI holds great promise, but it is up to us to guide its use for the greater good. Let's leave here today inspired to continue these discussions, build new partnership, and push the boundaries of what AI can achieve, not just for the sake of technology, but for the betterment of society.
Marami pong salamat.
And that concludes day one of the inaugural AI Horizons PH24 conference.
And on behalf of the organizing team, thank you very much to our esteemed speakers, panelists, moderators, and to everyone who joined us today, especially those who are still with us right now. And online, of course, are more than 500 participants online. And here in our venue, of course, despite the weather. And we thank you for staying with us.
We will be back tomorrow with another exciting lineup of sessions and opportunities on more AI topics. Salamat po. I am your host, Jimbo Reverente.
And I am Ritzy Villarico Ronquillo.
Signing off for day one of our AI Horizons Conference 2024. See you all tomorrow.